welcome everyone to episode 19, Rime of the Frost Maiden. I'm Samson Paul. We got some of the party here with us tonight. You are out, but we are going to make do and have a great session. How's everyone doing?
Hungover.
Good.
Excellent.
Fantastic.
I feel great.
Perfect.
Loud.
Well, just turn down your headset if that's a problem. But in any case, we're glad you guys are with us. GGN7134, thank you for the follow. It's a new viewer. Appreciate you being here and showing up for the start. Intrepid DM, thanks for being here as well, and thank you for the raid yesterday during our rerun, since we had a little bit of a delay with pre-existing events, and the weather ultimately didn't play well anyway, but we moved it here to Thursday, and we're going to have a good time here tonight. And GM Squibs with the subscription with your Prime, much appreciated, buddy. You don't get DM inspiration for that, but it's appreciated.
No. We know good DM inspiration.
Just take good notes.
Yeah, that won't happen.
Tell me about it.
Oh yeah, it's very. I don't know. You guys just have to, have some really great role play that's, out of the world and not a dick joke, and I might find myself privy to go ahead and hand that out.
Well, damn, I'm out.
Sorry, Andy. Oh man.
What if we respect the DM's hangover and just speak quietly for this session?
The DM is not hungover.
The DM is smart.
The DM is fine.
The DM was the DD.
DMDD. It's kind of like a dentist with an extra D, I guess. I was waiting for Andy to chuckle.
For it to click, it makes sense, and I was like, wait, no.
Anyway, we'll go ahead and jump into the recap unless anyone has anything to plug right now, which I do, or we'll let Chris do it, but we've created a little command for it. Go ahead, Chris, and plug the tavern.
Yeah, absolutely. If you go ahead and put ! and then write the word tavern, I don't know if that's capital T or lowercase t, it will plug the tavern, which is a nice little inclusive Facebook group that I helped found. Really love the place. I think honestly it's a great time. So please, if you want to join a nice little community, come join us here at the tavern.
But yeah, the tavern's the place to be. It's a great little community, and they've got a lot of contests going on each month, and a whole lot of different group activities and a lot of collaboration happening. It's a good place to be. Ixie Sticks, welcome. Glad to see you here. Yeah, the Tabaxi looks great. If you guys like the artwork and you want to show some love to the artist, if you go down to the links below the stream, I've linked the Instagram of the artist Megan, who did all of the characters. So show her some love, give her a follow. She'll appreciate it very much.
And she has time lapses on TikTok of our characters, which is super cool.
She does. It's very cool to see the whole drawing process taking place and seeing it go from line art to finished product.
Speaking of TikTok, we have our friend Hannah to plug. She is at Duff the Unicorn. That's DUFF the Unicorn. And she is doing awesome with her TikTok. She's so much fun, and she loves you all and thinks you're wonderful, and you should all go follow her.
And she will give you emotional support dinosaurs and fruit snacks. All right. So last week on D&D, where did we pick up? We picked up in Bryn Shander, I believe outside of town, tangoing with the barbarians on the outskirts of town when you guys were trying to track down some food. Rerouting back to the city after surviving that encounter and repelling the barbarians. made your way towards Goodmead, a city southwest of there, and from there, discovered that there were no lights whatsoever on in the town. You guys weren't exactly sure what was going on, but Vega and Eclipse, being from Goodmead, were able to inform the party that they were actually performing their ritual of sacrifice to Oral the Frost Maiden in the form of foregoing any heat, anything that would create heat for one night, and knew that you could find the whole town inside of the mead hall. You guys made your way to the mead hall, and everyone's all bundled up in there in heavy winter clothing, staying warm, drinking mead, and trying to make the most of this sacrifice that they're giving to Oral. From there, some investigation went on between looking up different information about locations that Carcass had talked about in the past. There was some investigation into Duritz, the Drow Ranger of legend from around here. In addition to the local monsters in the area that may or may not be plaguing the surrounding areas and making it hard to deliver mead to the rest of the 10 towns. Come morning, after some discussion about whether or not light rocks are legal to use during a sacrifice of heat, there was let's see, what would I call that? A beehive investigation to try to help out in the mead production, to cultivate the honey, where Lek and Eclipse and Vega went out to try to see if they could help the bees flourish in any way, and eventually came to the conclusion that it might be the right time to start building bee boxes and having nice little transportable homes for them to live in, and making the extraction of honey less stressful on the bees and easier on the keepers. And is there anything else that I missed that anyone would like to fill in?
I believe Lysander and I went to a library and talked to someone, but I do appreciate the emphasis on how important it was that we inspected the bee hole last session. So,
yes, it's very important to investigate that for sure.
The older you get, you gotta stay on top of those things.
Yeah. Get your colonoscopies, everybody, I think is the moral of that sentence. Anyway, well, without further ado, we will pick up with Eclipse, Vega, and Lysander continuing to assist with the bee situation in the nearby evergreen forest, and the rest of the party reconvening inside of the tavern or the mead hall of town. So everyone's kind of trickled out at this point. The day is bright outside for the wee hours of light that are available during the day, and some people are still there drinking and getting nourishment and food and the like, but still fairly busy for the most part. Let's see. Don't have the other two artworks yet, but those are coming. We nearly have the finished product on Silas, and that is a really great character art that I think everyone's going to enjoy. So, we pick up inside the tavern. Andy, Carcass, Zizix, Lek, and Silas. What would you guys like to do?
Remind me what time of the day it is.
It's probably an hour into the daylight, I'd say. Around 8 or 9 in the morning.
Did we already do breakfast?
Yes.
The second breakfast.
If we already did breakfast, I'm just gonna kind of glance back at Carcass and check on him and see how he's kind of feeling because, um, I don't know, he seemed kind of down.
Yeah, I still look kind of down. I am not having a good morning.
Carcass,
Yes.
you look sad, bud.
Oh. Yes. I'm not sure what to do now.
What do you mean?
Well, my best friend is a stone, and I will reach in my bag and rummage around until I find the stone that Styx made for me.
And Carcass reaches into his bag and he pulls out this stone that seems to have little red stains on it now from being inside of his bag. But he holds it quite carefully as he presents it to you.
What do you mean that the stone is your best friend?
Styx gave me the stone and it smells like Pointy. And Pointy is a stone now.
Oh, Carcass. I mean, you have so many other friends. Friends that aren't stones.
Okay. Are they real friends?
Of course.
Pointy said that sometimes you guys are all my friends and sometimes you are not.
Well, I'm not sure why he'd say that, but I've always been your friend.
Yes, you have always been very nice to Carcass. Carcass likes this very much. Could maybe you make Pointy into a necklace for Carcass?
Andy will reach out if he's willing to relinquish the rock to her to examine it.
Are
Yes,
you?
I will give her the rock.
Okay.
Andy's gonna look over the rock and say, I've never made a necklace before, but how about we take this to someone who can, and I will pay for them to make it into a necklace for you.
Okay, as long as I get it back, because I
Yes.
want to wear Pointy so he can always see where Carcass is going.
Okay, yeah, we can do that, Carcass. Then we can make. You know who I bet could make a necklace out of this? Zizix.
Yes, we should ask Styx to make the necklace. He is the one who found Pointy and gave him to me.
Andy says, "Okay, that's a great idea," and she's gonna look around for Zizix.
Yeah, and you can find Zizix inside of the meat hall. Zizix, what are you doing at this point?
Probably just sitting at a table eating breakfast, and petting Ollie.
Okay, then Andy is going to lead Carcass over to him, kind of pat him on the back, and lead him over to Zizix and say, "Hey, Zizix," and she's gonna show him the rock and say, "Carcass was asking about having this made into a necklace so he can wear Pointy everywhere, so he can see where he is. Do you think you might be able to do that for him?"
Well, I'm not much of a jeweler, but I mean, I could give it a try. What exactly were you looking for?
I think maybe something nice and strong, since Carcass is very strong and he fights with such strength that we don't want it to come loose. So maybe if we could wrap it in metal and put it on a very secure chain. Does that sound good to you, Carcass?
Yes, anything so that I can wear this and Pointy can see what Carcass is doing and he can watch me kill things.
Andy nods and says, "So maybe a strong wire wrap with a nice strong chain, and I can pay for all the materials. And the labor, of course."
worry about labor.
That's nice. Zizix.
Let me think about a design.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I've got something. I think I've got just the thing.
And Andy will say, "Is it okay if we trust Zizix with this for a little while, Carcass?" And she'll hold up the stone.
Yes. If he is careful and does not drop Pointy, I think that is okay.
Andy
Then
nods.
this is gonna just hold up his hand and say, "No, I don't need it just yet. It's kind of the last thing to go with. So you go ahead and keep it,
Okay.
and then when I'm ready for it, it'll take but just a minute."
All right. And Andy will hand the stone back to Carcass for safekeeping.
And I will put it back into my bag.
All right, very good.
Everyone is, well, those of us who are here are all gathered together in the same place right now, right?
I would say yourself and Silas are around the same area that Zizix was before Andy and Carcass had their little aside.
Okay. Then I will address the group. So, I don't know about you guys, but I'm a bit light on coin. What say you if we find ourselves some kind of job to do?
Zizix will say, "What do you need money for?"
Well, we live in a world whose economy is based on the acquiring and using of currency, and while it can be a bit of a hindrance, it is something I must contend with. And as I noted from your last job, you also contend with in getting money for jobs. So here we are, here I am, lecturing about the economy. I was under the impression. No,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
No, you go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Okay.
No, you go ahead.
Well, this is awkward. As I was saying, I was under the impression when I joined this group that, we, on occasion, different towns will find jobs to do and receive payment. Is that not how we operate? Was I misinformed in my own mind?
We do that as needed.
Zizix is just gonna like be pointing to him, and back to Lek and back to him, like, you think we go looking for these jobs?
So, you're saying the jobs just find you?
I'm gonna turn to Carcass and Andy and say, clearly he has never met an article that told him that he was gonna have to save the world.
No, I've not had an encounter quite like that. I assume you all have?
Unfortunately, be glad that you haven't, because that kind of takes the pressure off a little bit.
I haven't.
Ah, interesting. So some of you have received an oracle's word about saving the world and others haven't. Interesting.
My father sent for an oracle once. I was simply informed that I was an ill omen.
It's awful.
Zizix will turn to Silas and say, well, was it wrong?
I mean, it wasn't necessarily accurate, yet.
Were they wrong?
So you think we should look for a job that will pay us? I actually agree with you.
Yes, it seems the sensible thing to do. It's better than sitting around twiddling our thumbs and checking on the bees.
As you guys quickly start recalling that Lysander, Eclipse, and Vega are still tending the bees for potentially no profit, but for the good of the town.
I mean, I'm all for charity, but we live in the real world.
Yes, well, perhaps while they're tending the bees, we could take on something, but, as members of the group, they should get their cut.
Oh, I wouldn't think anything of the sort otherwise. I just figured we might as well get to looking for something.
Sure.
I'm sure someone needs something done around this town.
And the
Everyone?
barkeep... Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Sam. Remind me which town we're in.
Goodmead.
Okay, that's right. Thank you.
And as you guys are having this conversation, you kind of hear the barkeep chuckle and speak up from behind the counter. He says, well, if you're looking for a job, we're looking for a mayor.
Right.
Just go angrily sigh and say, I've already told you guys, no.
Andy starts chuckling. What?
Oh, you didn't know?
No, what? Wait. Are you from here? She asks Zizix.
Zizix is going to lean in real close to Andy and say, do I look like I'm from here?
I don't know where you're from, but it seems certainly strange that they would ask strangers to be their mayor.
Who said I'm a stranger?
Well, I
They
asked
know
if
who
you were
I-
from here.
I'm not from here. They knew who I was.
Oh,
you know-
okay.
Sometimes reputation has its perks.
Well, sometimes it's a downright nuisance.
Yeah, tell me about it. They're trying to get me to run things. I don't have time for that.
Well, and she's gonna go towards the bartender and say, "Why is it that you need a new mayor so badly? I mean, wouldn't someone in your town be willing to step up to that?"
And the barkeep will look at you and say, yeah, there's definitely some front runners here, particularly. There's, I believe his name, Shandar, the logger here in town. He's pretty much a blowhard, and he kind of pushes his way around to kind of get his way with other people. And when that vacancy happened, he's definitely interested, but people that aren't friends of his, they're a little timid about trying to juxtapose that assertion that he would be best fit.
So, are you saying that he would potentially intimidate those that ran against him?
I wouldn't put it past him. Wholeheartedly, I believe that he would use every advantage that he can get. But I know that he is very loyal, and if you are a friend of his or someone that he calls a friend, he will fight tooth and nail for you. And that's been proven, but I wouldn't say everyone in town is his friend.
Well, isn't there someone else that would like to run against him, but maybe is too nervous to? Perhaps they could use the protection. She glances over at Lek.
Go ahead.
I suppose I've done less for money.
Are you suggesting that this fellow with the glowing eye run for mayor?
Oh, no, I was thinking we might offer our protective services to one of your townspeople if they would like to run against this man.
I see. Well, that's all well and good, but don't get me wrong. Adventurers like you, they come and go, and anyone who were to actually have it out for the potential candidate, even if you were to stay and provide that protection for the election, are you going to be here when shit hits the fan?
Yes, I suppose that's a good point.
If I
Well-
could,
Of course.
is there anyone that you think would be a better suited candidate?
Well, I could think of one in particular, but I know that she is not interested. She's the barrel maker here in town, and her name is Olivessa.
Rolls off the tongue.
Indeed.
Alvessa.
Yeah, she's
And-
the cask maker here, and honestly, she's pretty level-headed and seems to get along with nearly everyone, but I don't think she herself is interested in this position.
That's a shame. A thought had occurred to me. I do believe you had mentioned the night before that you've had trouble sending out your stock, as it were.
Yeah, our latest shipment had been blindsided by something that left a pretty vicious mess over to the south of town or so.
Trade of mead would be good for this town. And the thought that occurs to me is, if Alvessa is willing to sponsor us, her being tied to us handling this job and getting trade back on would probably give her an edge over the blowhard, as you mentioned, at least in the race, as far as it were concerned.
I think that's actually a interesting idea. Now, I don't know how much she has in store of cash reserves, but that's an idea.
Well, do you know why she's opposed to being the mayor?
Oh, I'd say she's too humble for her own good.
Well, maybe we can pay her a visit.
Well, you can find her over by on the lumberyard to the east of town.
Andy will then turn to the rest of the group to see what they think.
I say it's worth a shot.
Seems like it might do some good for this town to have an opponent to this person.
Yeah, it gives me
Since
an
it's Vega's
opportunity to.
What was that, Matt?
It gives me an opportunity to, test some things.
What kind of things?
Oh, never mind.
Right.
Oh. Thus Jinx was invented.
Andy will start heading out towards the east of town then if everyone wants to tag along.
Lek follows.
Is Carcass coming?
Yes, I will follow you.
Alright.
Before we leave, Sam, I'm going to make 2 potions.
Okay, go ahead and make your rolls. You guys head out
Yeah,
from the mead hall and... Sorry, what was that?
Sorry, Sam, what was our homebrew roll again? Was it 2 and 4?
Yes, it was 2 and 4. 2 and 4, and you unlock the wild magic table.
Cool.
So, you guys start heading out of the mead hall, and you make your way to the northeast part of town, where the forest starts to thicken, kind of away from the residential buildings in the area, and you take a look around, and you notice the lumber yard off to the side, and see a handful of people working, and you see a building that's illuminated with torches outside, and you hear the clanking of iron and the sawing of wood coming from within.
This seems like the place.
Certainly smells like it.
Yes, the smell that you pick up coming from this place is very piney. It kind of reminds you of the tea that you had recently in Bryn Shander that was spiced with pine cones and gives a nice, almost spearmint kind of resonation with you.
Ah. So, where is this? What was her name again?
Olivessa.
Olivessa, I believe.
Yes, let's see. Where is Olivessa?
Go ahead and make a perception check. Let's take a look here. You got that perception check, Andy?
Oh, sorry. A solid 2, which
Solid
makes it 3. 3,
So-
yes.
So you take a quick scan of the surrounding area and don't see any women out working in the lumber yard at the moment. So you can definitely tell that she's not outside.
Are you sure this is a lumber yard? Maybe it's more so where they do laundry. At least that's what I'm perceiving.
Andy kind of looks at like oddly, and she'll look around to see if she can spot Olivessa.
Sure, go ahead. As our Alexa activates with the name of Olivessa.
I got a 7.
Hey, you don't see her either.
I don't see
If there's
her.
a door to be knocked on, Silas would like to knock on it.
Absolutely. You walk up to the building near the lumber yard, and you hear a woman answer from inside, and she says, "Come in."
Silas will open the door and step in and just speak very plainly. Yes, I'm seeking Olivessa. Would that be you?
You've got the right person, indeed. How can I help you?
Olivessa, it is my absolute pleasure to meet you. My name is Silas Novell of Cormier, and I have a proposition for you.
Oh? What could that be?
It may have become apparent to you that this town could use some new leadership. The folks in the hold themselves seem to think that you would be a wonderful candidate, standing up against someone who is rather boisterous and unkind, and a bit uncouth, so to speak.
And when you guys came in, she kind of glanced up and acknowledged your guys' entrance, but she's busy lining up planks and starting to mold them into casks. And when you suggest the notion that she should run for mayor, she kind of stops, and the planks that she's trying to set expand back out and kind of blossom in a sense if the framework of the iron bands kind of holds it together in that shape. And she says, well, I appreciate being kept in such high thoughts, but surely I couldn't do such a thing. I don't... My family is from here, and we've lived here for quite a while, but I don't think I'm really capable of that.
Well, it seems to me that
And
the
that's
people here have faith
why
in you.
you're ready.
You think that is why I should, is because I don't want to?
That is exactly why you should.
And she kind of sits back and she really contemplates this notion, and she says, that makes a lot of sense. I would like you guys who have tried to convince her make a persuasion check.
While this is going on, Zizix is just looking around as if, like, does anyone hear what is going on right now? Like, with
21.
So around
Like,
like anybody else inside of the building?
well, just more like he's more just like dumbfounded that this seems logical, that she's ready because she's not ready.
23.
I got a 13, and Andy's gonna say, well, people who crave power often abuse it.
And Zizix is gonna lean in and say, "Well, that doesn't mean that she's ready. Why didn't you guys give me that speech?"
You said
I think
you
it's
didn't want to
obvious
do it.
I think it's a bit more obvious you're more useful to us with us. But Alvessa here knows the in and out. As she mentioned, she's from here. Her family's from here. I
People
think
trust
that
her already.
will- Exactly.
And this isn't a face that you can trust. And he'll like wave his hand up and down his face.
We trust you, Zizix, but, you know, the people here know Alavessa.
Besides, if any one of us were going to run for mayor, I would vote for myself.
I would second that notion.
I'm not laughing in character.
Zizix is.
Andy's just smirking.
And with your guys' persuasion rolls, she says, you know, I might have to put my personal preferences aside and step up for this town, who I think would fall into worse hands. If it's not me, then who else would it be? And it might just make more sense for me to step up and rise to this role.
People seem nervous of the alternative.
And they should be. He's, quite frankly, unpleasant. He doesn't
It is
even
a
like our
noble
mead.
Wow, it's good mead.
You don't need a guy like that.
Oh, certainly not. He may be a dwarf, but even dwarves appreciate mead. He's a lager person, and there's no forgiving it.
Well, there you have it.
Well, our friend Silas here had an idea that might interest you if you are interested in running. And Andy will kind of look to Silas.
And she quickly replies, "Oh, I'm not much of a runner."
Not like
for mayor.
that.
And how exactly do you mean?
Caucus.
What do I mean by running for mayor? I mean, like,
She meant physically running, like she wasn't very much for running. Like
oh, yeah, I know. That's why Andy clarified and said, no, I meant running for mayor.
Oh, I see.
I didn't know if I cut out.
No, she's put forth the idea that she's open to running. She thought maybe like there was some sort of physical activity involved, and she was specifying on that because you said running on an idea. Anyway, so what is this idea that you have, Silas?
Yes, well, As it was mentioned to us when we entered your establishment, or the tavern over in Goodmead, is that your last few shipments, as it were disrupted. I figured you could send us, sponsor us, to take care of whatever is disrupting this shipment, and then you're the one with the know-how and ingenuity to hire the right band of mercenaries to get things done. It would increase the way people see you as a leader and not just a humble cask maker, apologies. Not that there's anything wrong with being a cask maker, it's very fine work. But you are bred for something better. I see it in you.
Well, I'm not gonna disagree that cask making is very important, but you make a good point. So what exactly are you asking from me? Are you going to try and solve this issue of logistics on your own in my name, or because I don't have much in the way of currency to be able to fund a band of mercenaries in such a way?
Well, perhaps that could be dependent on success, a percentage of the delivery.
So on one delivery, or all deliveries moving forward, because those are vastly different numbers.
Oh, I would just say the one. I mean, really, you shouldn't need mercenaries for every delivery once the bandits are steered clear. Once they have trouble, they probably won't bother with you again.
I see. Well, from what I understand is it may not be actual bandits that have been affecting our trade routes, but actually some sort of beast of some kind. So perhaps a one-time deal might be best, but I don't think we have any shipments ready, but you can be more than welcome to investigate the area where they were discovered. The remnants of the last shipment.
Sure, perhaps we could locate this beast and put an end to it.
Well, if you were to do that, it would take a little bit of time for me to be able to reimburse you for your task. Just to be fully upfront about that.
I have no qualms.
I'm sure you could work with the tavern and find a price for us. One that both fits our skills and your need, as well as help your name. And I believe, as a courtesy, we might be willing to take a one-time discount in exchange for a favor down the line.
Well, I'll go ahead and have a talk with them over at the meat hall and see what I can figure out. In the meantime, would you guys like to try to finish this cask for me?
Oh, absolutely. Those aren't what my hands are made for. Carcass,
do it.
would you like to try and make it cask?
I'll help. Andy doesn't have a problem helping.
Oh.
Zizix is going to cast Mending on the casket.
On the casket?
Yeah.
Or the cask.
The cask. Sorry. The cask.
The mead barrel. Sure. You can go ahead and cast Mending, and you're able to maneuver the planks around to be connected and try to mend them, but they're not technically broken.
Andy will step up and say, Carcass, would you like to help?
Oh, yes, I would like to help very much. And I will get out my great axe.
Oh, no, we don't need to chop it up. We're putting it together. We're making something.
Oh, no, I only destroy things. I do not make things.
Andy will kind of chuckle and then look at Olivessa and say, I'll help you.
Allow me. So I cast Prestidigitation and make the following words appear in burnt letters on the top of the almost finished cask. What's the lady's name again? Olivessa?
Olivessa. So Olive and then ESSA.
All right. And I cast Prestidigitation, and twinkling sparkles appear out of my fingers, and the following words appear in burnt letters. Olivessa Rime. And I look up and say, and so it begins, with a twinkle in my eye.
Andy laughs and she says, "That's very crafty."
It only stays for 1 hour, but you know.
It doesn't necessarily put the cast together, though. You are aware of that.
Oh, yes, I had no intention of actually doing that. Like you, that's not at all what I'm built for.
Andy just kind of shrugs and remains by the casket because she's willing to help.
So Olivessa, she explains to you the process of pulling on the set of wires that you slide the cask under and tightening the planks up together, and then says you then put the iron strap around and you tighten it with this tool here, and she hands you kind of like not an Allen wrench, but sort of like an Allen wrench without a hook to it. You just put it through the two loops on the cask, and then you begin to wind it to tighten it and hold it into place. And she says, if you can manage that, I'll be back once I have a price of negotiation with the bartender.
Sure, I'll do my best.
All right. So, with those, the words Olivessa for Mare scorched into the side of this barrel, go ahead and make a dexterity check followed by a strength check.
Well, dexterity is 14. And the strength is 19.
Those are saves.
Oops.
Let's try.
Clicked the wrong button. It's the same anyway, plus 0 and plus 2.
Oh, okay. Very good.
So, yeah, 14 and 19.
So with that, it takes about 10 minutes or so to get it maneuvered into the right position, and you start following her instructions, and you do it quite well. And you have a completed barrel that, at this point, needs to sit and seal.
Andy will just kind of nod when she's finished and step back and dust her hands off and say, well, I guess now we wait to hear from Olivessa.
Wonderful work, Adriana.
Thank you.
I cast Mage Hand and give her a thumb up with my Mage Hand.
All right. And with that, you're gonna have some downtime here, waiting for Olivessa to return. Anything in particular you guys would like to do to kill the time?
Carcass.
Yes.
A thought occurs, and I was thinking it might be fun, a bonding experience for us.
Okay.
Come with me. I want to show you a game we played back home in Cormier.
Oh, okay, yes, I like games.
Andy will kind of follow along, but hang back just to make sure, no haste is made or anything like that. That might get people trampled.
Did someone say, hey?
Not out loud. Didn't say it out loud.
Lek is intrigued as hell and following.
Silas would like to go outside and just look for a stick.
Yeah, easy enough in a lumberyard.
All right, Silas would like to pick it up and look at Carcass and goes, so the point of this game, right, is I throw the stick as far as I possibly can, and you run after, you retrieve it, and then you bring it back. Upon bringing the stick back to me, you are to release it into my hand, in which case I will once again hurl it as far away as I can, in which case you can retrieve it and bring it back once again. Does this sound like fun?
Oh, yes, I do like to run fast.
Bleck chuckles into his hand.
Wonderful. So, with that being said, and Silas will take the stick and just try and throw it as far away as he can.
Absolutely. Go ahead and make a strength check.
That's a natural 1 minus 1.
Throw behind.
So
He drops
Silas,
it.
you wind back with the stick and you're ready to just hurl it, and it actually hooks onto the cape to your back, and you release it, and you're looking around, and you see that this stick is caught to your cape and hanging onto your shoulder.
Andy starts laughing.
Zizix is on floor, just rolling.
All right, Silas. Carcass, fetch it.
Okay, I will reach out and grab it as hard as I can and yank it.
Go ahead and make a strength check for that too, because I feel like that's needed.
Would it be him a strength check?
It would be Carcass's strength, yes.
That is a total of 20.
You pull it hard enough that the hook that had caught Silas's cape actually tears part of his cape upon retrieving the stick.
And then I will look at him and see if his hand is out ready to receive the stick, and I will slam it down in his hand.
Yes, Silas will go ahead and hold it, and then upon retrieving the stick, just kind of before attempting to throw it again.
Silly, this is not a very fun game.
Give me a moment, I just have to warm up.
You are not very good at throwing, I'm afraid.
It's not my strongest attribute, admittedly, but I thought this would be a nice way for us to bond.
Okay, if you say so.
And Silas, if you're gonna throw the stick again, I'd allow you the opportunity to change your form a little bit and use a dexterity instead, if you would so choose.
I would absolutely so choose.
Go right ahead.
That's much better. That's a 20.
Oh yeah, and you throw it pretty far, probably about 40 feet out or so. You got a nice little end over end action to carry it.
All right, Carcass, go get it.
Okay, I will go get it, but silly, that was much better. And then I will make my haste.
And in a flash, Carcass is gone after the stick.
Lee is gonna take off after him.
And I will yell very loud, "Sticks! I'm making haste!"
And then Zizix is gonna say, Well, Ollie's right on your tail.
Oh, do not let him bite my tail.
And then Zizix is gonna say, I don't know what you said.
And I will just keep running after the stick.
And I believe Carcass has a faster speed than Ollie. What's Ollie's running speed? 25, 30?
He's gonna be flying, so he has a 30-foot fly speed.
Oh, he's flying. Okay.
Yes, I'm still faster than that.
Yes. So, Carcass, you make it to the stick first, and you turn around and you see Ollie flying in at you.
Yes, I will bend down and pick the stick up and make a wide turn since I am making the haste, and then I will run straight back at Silly.
All right. And you're running as fast as you can straight towards Silas.
Yes.
What point do you start braking? Because I feel I need to ask.
Right before him.
Go ahead and make
like I
a
have done many times.
dexterity check.
Whoops, that is a saving throw. I can make that again. That is a check of a 22.
So Carcass comes bowling in and just hoof after hoof after hoof, just really digging into the snow, and you see the snow just start flying up behind him. And Silas, he's not slowing down until he gets to about 3 foot out, and then his hooves dig into the snow and slides down to the point where his nose is right up to your face, kind of in the direction of your eyes with his height difference, and he's heavily breathing, and you feel the warmth from his nostrils come out, and he has the stick in hand.
Silas will extend a hand for the stick, and upon getting it, he will reach up to pet Carcass on the nose and just be, "Excellent work. Did you want to try again, or are you a little tuckered out?"
Oh, I never tired of making haste.
Bully. And Silas will just try to throw it again to continue passing time.
I'm not a bully. I'm just Carcass.
Apologies. Congratulations.
So, Silas, are you essentially going to be playing fetch with Carcass for as long as he would like to continue?
Yeah, unless anyone else has anything else to do or anyone else wants to take a shift.
No, Andy's just happy to see Carcass in a decent mood again.
So, if anyone has anything else, go right ahead. If not, all right. Oh, someone?
I was just going to ask, what is actually around us in the immediate vicinity?
So you guys are kind of on the outskirts of town, near the evergreen forest on the northeast side of town, and you hear a lot of axes being chopping trees. The lumberjacks start coming in and pulling in felled trees and sawing them up and making planks out of them. Go ahead and make a perception check, if you will.
Okay. $11.
11. All right. So with that, you count about 6 loggers out in the field right now working. You count 2 dwarves and 2 humans, and then 1 tabaxi, and that last one is actually a lizard folk.
Righto.
So,
All right. That's all I have.
okay. After some time, Olivessa makes her return, and she sees Carcass retrieving a stick for Silas, and approaches you guys, and she has in hand a sack, a little coin purse, and she extends it out to you, and she says, "We've mustered up about 70 gold and 15 silver for the securing of this beast that seems to be targeting our caravans. If that is reasonable at this current juncture."
I think that sounds perfectly reasonable.
With the favor down the road as well, as she looks towards Silas.
I do appreciate your initiative. Thank you.
And she says, "Well, if this works, I'll definitely have you to thank for the prosperity of this town if all goes well."
Andy nods and she says, "We'll come back for that once the job is done."
And she nods in gratitude and says, "Thank you. Just you can find me here or in the evenings in the meat hall."
All right. Have a good night.
You too. You only have a few hours of daylight left, I reckon, so if you wanted to head southeast and try to find the remains of that dog sled that was attacked, you might be able to find it within the daylight you have left.
Great. That sounds good to me.
Yes, let's not waste any time. Let's get to it.
And I would like everyone to, well, let's go off of passives here. Let's take a look here. I don't know why I bothered to check carcasses so low. Oh,
Ow, that hurts, Sam.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It is very accurate, though.
Okay. So Zizix, you're able to notice that the passive perception that she seems a little uneasy still about the notion of stepping up. You notice that like that insecurity has started to kind of resurface now that she's taken the first steps to solidifying her chances to run, or her initiative to run.
Zizix probably.
I think your noise suppression is kind of filtering you out because you're fading in and out.
Is that better?
Yeah, there you go.
Zizix probably wouldn't really do anything with that notion.
Okay. Very good. So, are you guys making your way out of town to track down this animal or this beast?
Yeah.
Let us make haste while there's still daylight.
Andy widens her eyes.
He did it.
I will take off running.
Wait, Carcass!
And off Carcass goes into the wilderness, all the way through town, bowling over anything in his way. The party tries to keep up and keeps him within eyesight. Carcass, I assume, eventually responds to the call-outs of Andy to slow down.
Yes, eventually I will loop back around and run at Andy.
All right. I assume you want to make a dexterity check for this.
Oh, yes.
Go for it.
That is a 7.
Carcass starts to actually slip, and he kind of leans too far back when he starts to skid into your direction, and he kind of slide tackles into Andy. So Andy, give me a dexterity saving throw.
"17."
You're able to successfully leap, and Carcass slides underneath you, and you land onto your feet.
Andy looks back and starts laughing and says, "Carcass, are you okay?"
Oh, yes, I am fine. That was a much better game than this stupid game with Silly. He did not even give me a meat hunk.
Oh. So you prefer bowling with me then?
Oh, I am sorry that I almost tried to kill you.
It's okay, Carcass. And she'll actually, is there a vendor nearby that has meat?
The meat hall's not too far from the edge of town. You know, you can go back in and grab some sort of meat of some sort.
Could I pick up just, I guess, like, a few meat hunks that I could keep cold, I guess, since it's fucking frigid?
Yeah, it'll just, for like 3 or 4 meat hunks, probably a gold.
Okay, I'll take a gold out, and I'll bring Carcass a meat hunk.
We're detouring to the meat market, just to clarify.
He likes them, she says, and then she'll keep heading out of town.
Yes, and I will happily take the meat hunk and eat it, and then I will glare at Silly.
Andy will kind of hang back and fall into step next to Silas and say, "It was a good idea for a game, but you might want to procure some meat hunks. He really likes them as treats."
Noted. I'll be sure to advise one of you to pick me up some.
So, you guys continue to the southeast and start heading outside of town. And, let's see. Who is leading the way?
I will.
Go ahead and make a survival check.
That is a 20 not natural.
Okay. With that, you're able to continue on the path that was kind of explained to you from Elvesa. You start heading off-road a little bit, and you come across a snow pile that seems to have metal railings sticking out of it, and then also to the left of the snow pile, you see what looks to be the front of a dog sled.
All right. Andy's going to say, "I think we've got our wreckage," and she's going to go and study it and see if she can get an idea of, like, what may have caused the damage or what direction it went.
Okay. Anyone else also taking a look?
I might, instead of looking, like, for physical things, can I sense for, like, the use of magic or anything like that?
Do you have the detect magic spell?
Oh, no, I don't. So
Oh,
that's
you-
probably neat.
You can make a general arcana check to check around for, like, runes carved into trees and things like that.
Okay, I shall do so.
Andy, go ahead and roll investigation for physical inspection of the
Okay.
area surrounding the wreckage.
That's a 14.
Okay. And then, Andy, what did you get? Sorry, Lack.
13.
13. So you start inspecting the areas around, and you're not catching any signatures that really register as carvings of an arcane nature. So it doesn't seem like this was a trap that they had fallen into by magical means, though you've seen those in the past and would be able to identify them if you ever came across one. Andy, with your investigation, you're able to discover that as you get closer to the dog sled, you see that there's nothing left as far as cargo on this wreckage, though you do step on a body, and you look down and you step on an arm that seems to be just barely sticking out of the snow, and it's kind of grayed in color, as it's fairly decomposed at this point.
Andy is going to kind of crouch down and see about moving the snow off the body so she can do an examination and determine cause of death if possible.
Sure. So you start clearing. We'll use your previous investigation roll. You start clearing off the snow from the body, and you uncover the chest area of this individual, and you can see that their armor, this iron armor, completely caved in.
Well, whatever did this was big. She'll step back and indicate the caved-in armor.
Zizix will go up and inspect it.
Okay.
Okay.
roll investigation for that.
It's a 19.
With the 19, you're able to determine that this was blunt force trauma. Being able to inspect both the front and the back, you find that the indention is only on the front side, and with that, you're deducing that it was hit with some sort of weapon or object and not crushed by the hand of something.
Well, it looks like he got whacked with a stick.
Why do you say that?
I mean, this thing is crushed. There's no slicing, there's no dicing. Wasn't a sword. And it's pretty crushed in, which means that it was probably a blunt object.
But couldn't it have been like a foot of a large animal?
I mean, yeah.
And with that same investigation score, you start taking a look around and trying to see if there's any sort of clues as to whether or not these footprints are still still apparent. But you don't find anything as large as the dent that was made, or anything that fits the bill of being a footprint into this individual.
Andy's gonna kind of look around at the wreckage and say, my only issue with the idea of an animal is the cargo's all gone. Now, I guess people could have come along after the fact and taken it, but I'm not sure they would have discovered it.
Men aren't necessarily the only things that will drink mead.
True. I guess Andy's gonna kind of do a walk around like the nearby landscape and see if she can find any evidence of anything, any indication of what might have done it.
Yeah, go ahead and make another investigation roll for this.
That's a 15.
With a 15, you look on the ground and you're kind of looking for any sort of tracks or anything that can give you a clue, but you're not finding anything. However, when you kind of resign that there's nothing to be found on the ground, you look up and you see that through this small forest, you see that branches at about the 10-foot level had been bent in the same direction, as if there was something large that had passed through here.
Andy's gonna examine the trees for a moment and then say, hey guys, check this out. And she's gonna point up at the tree.
And as Andy points it out, everyone else becomes aware of these branches that have been pushed outward towards the wreckage at about the 10 to 15 foot high onto the tree, and it's just very obvious that something large had passed through here. It doesn't extend as high as 20 feet, where giants are usually in the range of, unless it's a young giant, of course. Matt's very familiar with young giants. And so you can kind of deduce that this is either the work of a child giant or something a little bit larger than an ogre.
Well, looks like we might have our work cut out for us.
Yes.
Yeah.
And are the trees bent anywhere else, like leading away from the scene?
Sure, go ahead and make another roll for finding a different track.
Ooh, 20 not natural.
Yeah, fantastic. You are able to pick up on another set of, a tree-lined trail that leads away from the scene.
Andy's gonna point it out and say, it went this way, and she'll start walking in that direction.
Luck will follow.
Okay. So, as you guys start to make your way through this little foresty area, kind of get the sense that you're being watched. Go ahead and make a perception check.
I got a 12.
Nat 1.
A red hot 6, as it were.
And Carcass?
That's 7.
So the feeling of being watched is felt by the whole party. It's just this odd sort of sense that you guys are getting, but you don't see anything that seems to be looking at you. You guys continue following this tree-lined trail.
Apparently, I'm asleep on my feet.
You're just
I
looking up
wouldn't
into the
mind trying to look
trees.
for any tracks in the snow.
Okay, go ahead and make a survival check.
$16.
With the 16, you are finding some fresh tracks, and these tracks are about the size of. They're actually smaller than Zizix's.
There may be something interesting this way, if people don't mind chasing a whimsy with me.
Andy's gonna look at the tracks. Are they humanoid?
Yeah, so you can distinguish that there are toes in these prints.
Well, I think we should. She's worried it's a kid, and so she follows along after Silas.
Silas, that is a 17 against your AC.
Yes, that will, in fact, hit.
Are
And-
they within 5 feet of me?
No.
Okay.
And as your eyes are down, fixated on the tracks and scanning to see exactly where they went, you look up and you are hit in the face with a snowball. And Andy, being right up next to him, look in the direction that you see a little straw, an individual clothed in straw with a white and red mask with a blue skin tone making another snowball. It's a very tiny little creature that you recognize as a chewinga.
Andy's gonna say, don't hurt it. Hold on. And she's gonna approach the Chewingo with her hands out, not drawing a weapon, and say, we're not here to hurt you.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
That's a 13.
As you extend your arms out, that's a 16 against your AC.
That misses.
And he hurls the snowball that he was currently making into your direction, and you're able to just dip out of the way as it flies past you, and he kind of scampers off in through the forest.
Can you tell me what I know about Chewingas?
So you know that chewingas are very either playful or malevolent. You know, the malevolents act like enraged little beings that don't show restraint whatsoever. From this interaction of being a snowball and considering it didn't have any sort of rocks inside of it, it seems to be of the playful variety from what you can tell.
Okay. And is the direction that he's running corresponding with the direction of the giant?
No.
Or the ogre or whatever. Okay. Andy will just kind of shrug and look back and say, "It's just a chewinga. They're not gonna hurt us. They're just very playful. We should go back and keep following our trail."
Yes, let's.
Very well.
Carcass, upon seeing the chewinga, what would you like to do?
I would just like to dig in my bag and hold my special fork up high in the air.
Andy's gonna walk past him and stick a meat hunk on it.
Oh, I don't care about this chihuahua anymore. I'll eat the meat hunk.
All right. I would like you guys to all roll perception checks.
I got a 16.
Another nat 1.
Black, you're just out of it.
I would say the same. A natural 1 + 1. Clearly, the snowball had an effect.
D&D
That
Beyond,
is-
you need to fix your rolls.
That is a 16 for Carcass.
And 15 for Zizix.
Two
So-
16s, a 1, and a 15.
So Zizix,
Too
Carcass, and Andy, you all hear what seems to be the cry of a small creature, just coming from the direction that the chewinga had.
Oh, I'm going
Head
after
out.
it.
Make a nature check if you would like to identify the sound.
That's an 18. Did you just kill this chewinga?
You identify the sound as the cry of a fox.
And it's coming from the direction of the chewinga? Do chewinga hunt foxes? Or is it like a hunting cry?
It's definitely a cry of pain and whelping.
Well, I'm gonna go investigate it.
If I may, we only have so much daylight. I think our time would be much better spent tracking this large creature and let nature take its course, as it were.
Yes, but what if this large creature also hears the commotion?
Well then, if we're following his trail, we'll end up there in the end, won't we?
If I just walk a little bit, am I able to see what's going on?
Yeah, make a perception check and see if you can spot it.
It's a 14.
With that, you do spot the orange fox that seems to be trapped inside of a hunter's bear trap with its paw caught, and then you also see the chewinga over by the fox, and you see the chewinga struggling to try to pull the clamp off of the leg of the fox.
I'm just gonna walk over and pull the clamp. And while I'm pulling the clamp, I will is the leg badly mangled or just a superficial injury?
It looks like it's well, it's not a bear trap, so it wouldn't have like totally destroyed the bone. It was a smaller one intended for foxes. It doesn't look like it is damaged too bad, but it's obviously startled and scared.
Okay, yeah, Andy's just gonna pop the trap for the chewinga, and she's gonna look at the chewinga and say, "Here, I'll help you," and just push down on the trap.
Okay, go ahead and make a strength check.
Lek is going to sigh in frustration.
That's a 20, not natural. Or sorry, that's a 12. It rolled on a 10, not an 18.
Okay. So with that, you're just able to open up the clamp enough for the fox to pull out its paw and quickly start to scramble towards the tree a little bit, but it hobbles and slows down and starts licking at its paw, and the chewinga looks at you and looks over at the fox and starts to scurry off towards the fox and extends its arm out as it seems to try to give a berry to the fox. The fox eventually will take the berry out of the hand of this chewinga and nibble on it and eat it.
Andy will pull a roll of bandages out of her bag and offer them to the Chewinga to care for his little fox friend.
And as you approach, the fox gets a little timid, and then the Chewinga just pulls out another berry for it to eat on it, looks at you, and looks at the bandages, and he reaches out and grabs it and stuffs it inside of his straw clothing that he has on. Not exactly sure where he put it. But then the Chewinga holds up a finger at you, as if in a motion to wait, and the Chewinga tends to the fox and puts a bandage on it, and then looks back at you, and he has both arms extended out, with all 10 fingers pointing straight upwards, kind of like you're shoving somebody. He extends them out towards you, and then you start to see a magical glow appear from between his fingers, and then converge in the middle.
Andy will let him. She doesn't see that he's being, malicious.
He's gonna walk over closer to you with his arms extended and touch your hammer.
Okay.
And he has bestowed upon your hammer the blessing of weapon enhancement.
Ooh.
It is now a plus 1 weapon.
Sweet. So is that +1 to hit, +1 damage? How does that work?
That's both.
And how do I add that on my sheet? I've never done this before.
All right. I will be able to
You
take care
should
of
be
that.
able to click it in D&D Beyond.
Perfect.
I can make your straw smell like cranberries. Can I have a blessing?
And the Chewinga kind of looks to you, and he very quickly shakes his head no.
Ah, worth a try.
Silas would like to play a little song for the fox on its lute and cast Animal Friendship.
Towards the Chewinga?
I think you said the.
I was thinking towards the fox.
Oh, towards the fox. Gotcha. Sec. Go right ahead.
So it lets me convince a beast that I mean it no harm. But if its intelligence is 4 or higher, it's just gonna automatically fail.
Right.
But it has to succeed a wisdom saving throw or be charmed by me for the duration.
Okay. Let's see. A natural 19.
So it
So it would
All
save.
right then. I guess it's not charmed. I just want to try and pet it.
Andy will say to Lek, it's always
But-
worth it to stop and help a little.
You can try your animal handling on its own to try to approach it. It may not necessarily be charmed, but you can still try your advances without it.
I say.
No. That's a
No.
1 again.
No. You're just attracting all these ones from D&D Beyond today. So, you startle the fox a little bit, and it starts to kind of move out of the way, and the Chewinga follows the fox closely, and from inside of its straw clothing pulls out a tiny saddle and puts it on the back of the fox and mounts it. Now running around in circles with its new fox mount.
Oh, that's cute.
Right,
I
I
would
was.
have liked to have pet that thing.
And the Chewinga is going to kind of direct the fox over into your direction, Silas.
Oh, Silas will kneel down and hold out its arms again.
And the fox is still a little timid, but the Chewinga is able to convince it with another berry. Tries to get it closer, and then the Chewinga tries to toss the berry into your hands, and he is able to do so successfully.
Yes, I'd like to offer the berry to the fox.
And the fox comes right up and starts to nibble this little berry out of your hand.
Just give it a few scritches behind the ear.
I'd
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
to cast Prestidigitation and make the smell of cranberries waft from my general direction to attract the fox.
Okay.
I too will kneel down.
The smell of cranberries makes its way to the fox, and the fox starts to move towards the cranberries, but the Chewinga pulls back on the reins a little bit and halts the fox from moving forward. And the Chewinga looks directly at you and shakes his head no.
I cast Mage Hand and pet the fox on the head.
And with a quick flash, the hand appears next to the fox and it gets some scritches.
I smile in satisfaction.
You just
Well.
wanted to pet the fox.
Shall we continue?
Right, yes, we definitely have wasted enough time. My apologies. I couldn't help myself.
Oh,
I'm
no
finding the
problem.
most wonderful uses for cranberries these days.
And sometimes it's the little detours when you discover the most interesting things. She's going to say to Lek as she turns to continue following that trail.
Of course. I stand corrected. Shall we?
Of course.
You guys start to make your way back to the trail. You're able to find it just fine and be able to find the tree-lined trail once again, and you follow it down a ways, and you start to see that over one of the hills in the forest there is a collection of large hills or so. But in that direction you also see the opening to a cave. You're about 300, 400 feet away from this opening.
Well,
Well, looks like we may have found something of interest.
would it be, I suppose with the limited daylight, it wouldn't be intelligent to wait outside for it to emerge and ambush it.
Yeah, the amount of light you have remaining, it's starting to hit that golden hour, and as the sun is beginning to set. You guys have been on this trail for about an hour and a half, close to 2 hours now.
Shall we just go in?
Well, it's that or return in the morning, but I'm all for investigating.
We are already here. Let's not waste the time.
Well, I suppose we should try and be, quiet about it. Although I admit my armor is not the most sneaky of things.
All right. So are you approaching quietly or just normally?
I will approach as quietly as I can.
I will attempt to be stealthy.
All right. Go ahead and roll stealth for those who are being stealthy.
I have disadvantage on that, so I have to.
So you
Well, I
can
rolled-
right
That's-
click.
A
Go ahead.
21.
Very nice.
Mine's a 12.
So for future reference, I think you can right click on your skills and then click roll at disadvantage.
Oh, I think it already rolled at disadvantage then because it has a red D next to it.
Oh, cool. Good deal.
So the 12 was disadvantage anyway. Okay.
An unnatural 20.
Very nice. 23 for Zizix. 13 for Carcass. Very good. So as you guys start to approach this cave entrance, you see that there are a collection of bones in front of this entrance that are half submerged into the icy mire. You see the bones, you see the skull, and tusks of some sort of animal. And just beyond the remains of this creature, you are about 30 feet away from this cave mouth.
Well, that looks like a welcome mat if I've ever seen one. Shall we?
We shall, and Andy will keep going.
Onward.
All right. Using that same stealth check collectively, you guys make your way into this cave. And the first thing that you notice is the smell. The smell of which is very strong. Smells like refuse of some sort. There is no light coming in from the right as you see that the path forks. However, there is the remnants of light coming in to the left.
Is there, can I check and see which way I think the creature that inhabits this place might have gone with a survival check?
You can certainly try.
Right, that's a 20 not natural.
Okay. So inside of this entrance, you're picking up on a number of different tracks, all the same size, but they seem to go in both directions. Some fresher than the other, but not by much.
Well, and Andy will look to the others. Towards the light or towards the darkness?
I say the light. Where there's light, there's life.
Andy nods, and she'll start heading that way.
Okay. So, making your way towards the left, towards the light, you start to get the scent of meat cooking over a fire. And as you turn right so slightly after turning left, catch the bonfire sitting in the middle of this room. It keeps it lit and relatively warm. The scent of the roasting meat fills the air as a hunk of meat on a spit drips juices onto the fire, and you start to hear the calls and bleats of goats and sheep as you look over to your left and you see a spacious animal pen enclosed by a crude wooden fence. Other features within the cave that you start to notice is that there is a wooden cart with one broken wheel, 2 old crates, and 2 barrels sitting in this room. You see that this room branches off into 2 different areas, both of which are not emitting any light from within, just the light from the bonfire encroaching down those 2 hallways.
Andy's going to look to the others and say in a very quiet whisper, "Whoever's cooking this will come back. Perhaps we should find a place to hide so we can have the element of surprise."
Sound plan.
And she'll look around. Is there a good spot in the room where they could perceivably hide?
Let's see. Go ahead and make an intelligence check.
Hey, that's a natural 20 plus 1. So
Very
24.
nice. So you know there's a few people that could hide inside of the cart. There might be some room for someone small to hide behind one of the crates that's up against the wall. And then you could maybe manipulate the barrels to provide some better cover for hiding to kind of create some sort of hiding spaces there.
Okay. Andy is going to gesture for Carcass to follow her and also put a finger to her lips for him to do so quietly. And then she's going to point at the barrels to Lek, assuming he'll know to make that a little better for himself. And then she'll point at the crate to Silas. And if they seem receptive to that plan, she will lead Carcass towards the cart to hide with him there.
I will go to the barrels and assort them in a like a little Lek fort. A lort.
All right. And you go to manipulate these barrels, and you find them empty, but they are very clearly marked good mead.
I assume everybody's in their distant hiding places by now, right? No one came with me?
Did anyone go with Lek into that direction?
No, Silas is choosing to hide.
Andy is going to be trying to get Carcass into the cart. Is Carcass following her?
Yes, but as we go by, I would like to try and grab some of that cooking meat.
Yeah, easy enough. You're able to tear a piece off from this large bonfire.
Okay. Then yes, I will continue on to try and hide with Andy.
Okay. So everyone hiding, I would like a new stealth check on this.
Alas,
14.
a 10.
I got a 10 as well.
I also have a 10.
Okay. And Zizix?
Matt had to step away. He will be right back.
Okay, got it. We'll go ahead and assume he gets a 10 too. So, you guys venture off into your hiding spots, and you wait, and the crackling of the meat dripping its fat and juices into the fire kind of make a sizzling sound from time to time. Carcass, you don't really care much, but this meat could have cooked a little bit longer. If you would have noticed that, I think you would anyway. It's more on the raw
Yes,
side.
I probably do not care since I ate the raw meat hunks.
Absolutely. Oh. That. How long are you guys waiting here? Let's take a look. This actually might be a good time to take a short little break. If okay.
10 for Silas.
All right. And Carcass.
It's possible they haven't returned yet.
Quite possible. In any case, those who rolled over a 12, you are able to pick up the faint sounds of snoring coming from the fork on the right in this room that you saw as you entered, opposite direction of the goat pen that is in here.
That
Andy,
could be of some interest.
are we close enough to kind of talk in quiet voices?
You can certainly try.
Andy will quietly say to Silas and Lek, are either of you particularly sneaky?
It's not my greatest asset, but I can certainly give it a go. I don't wear pointed shoes for nothing.
Well, if you want to look and see what we're up against, we'll have your back.
Before you go, I think since we're talking, I'd like to mention these barrels that I am behind are all from good mead.
So they did take the shipment.
So it appears.
Then it's very clear that whoever did take this should not walk out of this cave, lest more barrels go missing.
Yes.
I would like to tap Andy on the leg.
Andy
and
will
I
look
will-
over at Carcass.
I will whisper to her. And I am very sneaky.
Okay, good. We're gonna need that soon, all right? Silas is gonna get eyes in there, and then we're gonna sneak over and help him.
Okay.
All right. So, Silas, you heading in that direction?
Yes, I rolled a 13 stealth.
Okay. So you start to hug the side of the wall, and there's a faint light here from a lit torch inside that just barely breaches the mouth of this room, and you see a set of stairs heading upward into what looks like an upper platform. But then on your left, you see a number of casks sitting in this room, and next to those casks, you hear a heavy snore coming from a fat, battle-scarred ogre sitting with its back against the west wall, and its chin on its chest, with a thin stream of drool trailing from its mouth onto its blood-stained leather loincloth. On the floor at its feet is a bloody great club with tufts of hair and bits of metal stuck into it. Suspended from the ceilings, you start to find your eyes moving upward. Is a chamber of this chamber is a series of ropes and pulleys, and you spot 6 baskets up in that direction. Clustered near the south wall, you see the casks with the symbol of good mead on them, and there is a drinking mug made of a section of horn that seems to have been carved into essentially a drinking mug. You'd be able to ascertain.
Okay. I'd like to make my way back to the party to inform them, simply stating, there's something large and ugly passed out there, and then a couple pulleys and wires. Based on the size of this thing, I don't believe it's smart enough to set up a trap on its own, so there's someone else who may be returning soon.
Well, then perhaps we should take out this threat now.
Beautiful. I love the way your mind works.
And Andy will slowly get up and motion to Carcass and say, "It's time to sneak, Carcass. We're going to surprise the ogre. Or surprise the large ugly thing." He didn't say ogre.
Okay, I am ready to do that.
All right. Go ahead and make a stealth check.
Miraculously, I got a 13.
Would this be all of us, like even myself again?
You're good because you rolled a stealth check for maneuvering around the area already.
Would I also roll a stealth check?
Yes, because we were doing a different action from hiding to moving stealthily.
Righto. Unnatural 20.
And I
Very
got
nice.
a 19.
Very good. as you guys start to make your way down towards that area, all of you seem to be doing a good job staying quiet, despite the more heavily armored of you making your way down this hallway, and the snoring of this ogre is just filling this cavern just full. And you see him up against the west wall, still drooling into his leather clothing, his leather loincloth, rather. What would you like to do as you approach?
Silas would like to take out his rapier and prepare to strike the beast as it sleeps.
Andy will do the same with her warhammer.
Yes, and if I see them get their weapons out, I will definitely get out my great axe.
Okay. You guys are all doing this quiet enough that this ogre is not moving whatsoever, so first thing I need to ask is who's striking first?
I will.
Right. In that case, you guys get to choose your initial initiative. Unless you would like to roll for it, I'll leave it up to you guys collectively.
I'll go second if no one has any opposition.
I'll go last if no one minds.
Then I will go in between the two of them.
Okay.
Where's Zizix gonna go?
He's not gonna do anything because he thinks that as soon as you guys attack, things gonna flail wildly and kill him.
Right, good plan. And Andy, I don't know, is this counting as like a surprise attack or anything, or can I use my War Priest thing where I can do a second attack as a bonus action?
This is a surprise attack. It will be surprised, and also it is unconscious. So any
So
successful
advantage?
attack is, yes, both advantage and a crit.
Okay. Alright, then I'm going to roll to attack with my Warhammer then. Is that, are we starting?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Let's get it on like Diddy Kong.
That's not it.
Well, with advantage, I rolled a 9.
Yeah, unfortunately that is going to strike the side of the floor next to the ogre as you kind of slip in some of the drool that's run off onto the cavern floor, and you clank onto the ground.
Ugh.
So we're gonna go ahead and make his he is still asleep. He did not wake up.
Andy, okay, so Andy's just gonna, like, when it hits the ground, she's gonna wince, because she's like, fuck, and she looks down at the drool where she slipped. She looks at the ogre, she looks at everyone else, and just goes, whew.
I face palm with my mage hand.
Andy kind of shakes some of the drool off her foot, like, ew.
Silas will smile coyly before going to stab at the ogre with his rapier.
All right, go ahead and roll your attack.
With advantage, that's an 18.
That will most definitely hit.
Excellent. And with my damage, I'd like to expend a use of my bardic inspiration to also use psychic blades to do an additional 2d6 psychic damage on the beast.
Very good. Roll damage.
So that's an 8 from the rapier, and you said this automatically counts as a crit, so do I double that?
Yes, double the dice. So
So then it would be 15 for the
Mhm.
rapier.
Yep.
And do I also damage those psychic dice?
Yes, because it's happening consecutively, it would still be a crit.
And 18 psychic damage. Then.
So 33 total. Very nice. And at this point, the ogre snaps awake and he looks to everyone in the group and is able to see everyone quite plainly, and he says, "Me friend! Me friend!"
Andy will hold up her hand and say, "Stop." To the rest of the group, to Carcass in particular. Wait.
It's not our friend. Kill it.
Wait.
And at this point, we will roll initiative.
$16.
17.
16 for Silas, 17 for Lek.
I got a 10.
16 for Zizek.
16 for Zizix and Carcass.
9.
9. 8. So, with a nice healthy bit of damage already done, the ogre is bleeding out of the piercing wound instilled upon him by Silas. And Lek, as Andy holds up her hand and says, "Wait," and the devil on the shoulder, essentially, of Silas saying, "He's not our friend." What would you like to do, Lek?
Okay, so to clarify, at this point, the ogre has just said "me friend," and Andy said "wait," and Silas said "he's no friend, kill." Is that correct?
That is correct.
Nothing else has happened.
Nothing else yet.
All right. Well, you know, I am going to go ahead and use my bonus action to cast Hex on the ogre.
Okay.
And I'm going to give him disadvantage in strength,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna be a good old dick and cast Eldritch Blast.
All right. Go ahead and roll to attack.
Right, so that would be a 9.
And you fire off the Eldritch Blast directly aimed for the ogre's head, but the ogre, his eyes get really big, and he leans over to the side just in time to where his ear kind of got singed by the blast, and he continues yelling, "Friend, me! Me, friend!" Anything
Andy's gonna
else you
say,
would like
"Wait,
to do?
Don't attack him." She's gonna say it to Carcass.
No, I'll just stand there and feel sorry for my bad aim.
All right. So next up in initiative order will be Silas or Zizix. You guys act consecutively at this point, so you guys can choose amongst yourself who goes first.
Silas.
Didn't Carcass get a 17 though?
No, Lek did. Carcass got a 9.
Okay. Well, if is Zizix, are you going first or am I going first?
You go ahead.
Perfect. Silas would like to say, "Shut up, you cur!" and try and stab it right in the mouth with his rapier.
Can I take a reaction on that to try and block it? Because if this guy's saying he's a friend, I do have the sentinel feat. But I would like to use it to block, not to attack.
I would go ahead and give a contested strength check on a grapple.
Okay. Crap, I rolled a 5.
It's okay. I rolled another natural 1, so.
Oh, excellent.
What is going on?
I think you need to refresh your page.
So Andy getting the jump on Silas as he starts to plunge his rapier into the ogre once again, feels a pull on his cape, and Andy reels him in and grabs him from behind and tries to restrain him and does so successfully. Silas, you're still able to attack, but you're at disadvantage.
I'll take that. Is it still prone?
It's sitting down. Well, it was leaning up against. It's leaning up against the wall, so it's kind of a weird situation where it's not technically prone. So I'm gonna say it's fairly upright because it could still sit and swing from that position that it's in.
No worries. Just wanted to double check. Okay.
Yep.
Then yeah, I'll make my attack a disadvantage. From a 21 to an 8, so an 8.
And you stab your rapier towards this ogre, and then you feel your arm being pulled back by Andy as she continues to struggle to restrain you, and you miss the mark just by a hair.
If this thing kills us, I'm coming for you.
I'll accept that. Wait, let's talk first.
I like how he's going to come for you after he's dead.
I'll haunt you.
It's D&D. Anything's possible.
Absolutely right. And that brings us to Zizix, who is seeing Silas and Andy into a little tussle in front of the ogre. What would you like to do, Zizix?
I'm just kind of just stand there for a second, not really knowing what to do, because one person is saying attack, another one is saying don't.
Okay.
The yoga speaking in common.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to prepare fire bolt in case he attacks me.
Okay. You're holding your action. Very good. That brings us to Andy, who is still restraining Silas. What would you like to do?
Once he says if he kills us, he's coming for me, I'll say I'll accept that, and I'll release the grip then and say let's talk to him first, and she'll step forward to the ogre and put herself right in front of him, not the rest of the party, and say, did you attack the dog sled from Goldmead or Goodmead?
And go ahead and try to make a persuasion check.
That's a 12.
Unfortunately, he doesn't seem to be responding to your inquiry, and he just he continues shouting, "Me friend! Me friend!"
Andy will say, whose friend?
And he doesn't seem to be responding to you as he's kind of looking around. And he looks up onto the platform and continues to yell, "Me friend."
Andy's gonna look up onto the platform. Does she see anyone?
Make a perception check.
Ugh, a 7.
No, you don't see anyone up there.
Andy's going to look at the others and say, do you see any evidence of anyone else here? I don't think this ogre is the mastermind behind this threat.
No shit.
Talking is a free action, so feel free.
I pointed out when I came back to you.
Yes, but he's clearly not malicious.
Yet. Given the chance, he would easily turn us into a stain.
Which brings us to Carcass.
Oh, yes. And they gave me the meat hunk, so I will not attack this friendly creature.
Okay. Which will bring us to the ogre's turn, who then begins to get up, grab his great club, and looks at Andy, and swings with his great club. And he continues to yell, "Friend to me! Friend to me!"
Andy's, what's his attack roll?
1 second here, let me roll it.
Lex says, classic.
15.
That's a miss. So Andy will like jump or duck under the club and say, "Nope, I was wrong. Silas is right. Get him."
I'll never tire of hearing that.
So as he swings and he misses, that is the end of his go. And that brings us back to Lek, who is now targeting a ogre who is upright and swinging his great club.
To clarify, at this point, I came in kind of towards the back of the group. How far away am I from the ogre?
Let's see here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, about 25 feet away.
Oh, perfect. My
Very
favorite
furthest.
range. All right. In that case, I shall cast yet another Eldritch Blast on my hexed opponent.
All right, go ahead and roll your attack.
That would be a natural 20, so 26.
Roll your damage with that natural 20 and double the dice you roll. So whatever your result is, multiply it by 2.
Okay.
Oh, it already did, I think. No,
Yeah. No.
no, it rolled
Yeah.
2 dice separately. So that would be a 10. It would be flat 10 damage. You
Mine-
take the. Sorry, go ahead.
So it's not 17. Oh wait.
So the way D&D Beyond calculates crits is it makes you roll 2d10 instead of rolling 1d10 and doubling the amount.
Gotcha.
So that would be the first dice of 3 and doubled would be 6 plus your bonuses is 4, making 10.
All right. Let me roll my my hex necrotic damage too.
Go right ahead.
And that is a 6.
16, very nice. So this one lands just right in between the eyes and his head snaps back and he says, "Ow!"
And then Luck will say, "Suck on that for size."
And next up would take us to Silas, unless you had anything else, Lek.
No, that should about do it for me.
All right. Go ahead, Silas.
Yes, I think I'll go with the rapier once again. It seems to be serving me well.
Go ahead and roll your attack.
An 11.
And that just hits.
Wonderful. Psychic blades again, then.
Go for it. Roll your damage.
So that's 3 piercing damage
Okay.
and 4 psychic, unfortunately.
All right. So, with that, you can go ahead and describe your fatality.
Oh, wonderful. In honor of Lek Churlong, who did not doubt my wisdom, I would like to stab this thing right in the cranberries.
And you do so, and the blood pouring out from the holes that you have stabbed and pierced into this ogre just seem to be in such the precise spots, and his cranberries being pierced now drops his great club, grabs his cranberries, and drops to 2 knees, or both knees, and says, "Me hurt. Ow." And he falls backwards with his head crashing into the side of the wall.
So, what did we learn?
Andy sighs and she says, "Look, I'm not in the business of killing innocents, so I'd rather check than not."
To be fair, you don't seem to be in the business of killing anything at all.
I killed one of the barbarians, didn't I?
Yes, I suppose I'll give you that. And Silas would like to just give the ogre a kick. Just because.
Yeah, easy enough, absolutely.
I want to look up at the pulleys and see if anything's going on up there.
With your passive perception, you notice that the baskets are kind of swaying a little bit with the impact of the ogre hitting the wall. Seems to have made them slightly move back and forth.
And there's a way to get up there, like a platform.
So you see a series of like ropes and pulleys that are up there. The platform is connected to a staircase that goes deeper in outside of this room, like it's leaving the area.
And is that the direction that the ogre was yelling for his friend?
He did glance up there a couple of times.
Andy's gonna say, whoever else is here is up there, and that's where we should look next. And she looks at Silas and says, "This time, we can shoot first."
Wonderful. Carcass, would you like some meat?
Oh, yes, I would definitely like some meat.
I will just present the ogre to Carcass. A gift, friend.
Okay, and I will reach down and try and pull a hunk off of him.
Yeah, go ahead and make a strength check.
That is a 23.
Oh yeah, you able to reach in right where Silas had stabbed it and just pull a nice chunk of blubbery fat and meat right off of this ogre.
He stabbed it in the cranberries, so he reached into his cranberries.
He stabbed him in multiple places, probably not the cranberries. Unless you would like some 10-town oysters, 10-town mountain oysters there.
I do not usually eat fruit.
Go for the gizzard. It's delightful.
Should we bring back any proof of this kill?
But yeah, I will put this meat hunk into my bag.
Well, if we could save the head, I think that would be useful.
Yes, the head is usually the best way to go.
Lek, give me a perception check.
Very well. Solid 4.
Everything's fine.
Well, that was fun, guys.
Oh, all right. So,
Are we saving the head? I guess I could take care of that.
Could I see if I can mess with the pulleys and see about getting whatever is above the ogre down?
yeah, go ahead and roll investigation. So you definitely start to see from behind the barrels, there's a mechanism there about 7 feet up the wall, give or take. A mechanism there to release the tension on the rope and what looks like to you lowering those baskets. But as you start to have your eyes wander and following the ropes and everything, a large creature catches your eye coming from the way you came as he's winding up from right behind Lek, going to attack.
Balls.
Could I cast Thunderwave?
You certainly could. What's the range on that? I believe that's a 5-foot range.
So it's self, but 15 feet.
15. Okay, from where you are in the room with the barrels, Lek would be about 10 foot out of range of that initially.
Never mind then. I'm sure he'll figure it out. Lek, duck, sir!
Okay. Lek, go ahead and
Yes.
give me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Ah, 6. I'll restate my earlier comment. Balls.
As this Verbeeg, this large giant creature, takes one piercing stab at Lek from behind. That is a 21 to hit.
Yeah, that'll do the trick.
Yeah, I imagine so. I just needed to be official about it. All right. Oh, you lucked out. Let me just say, that is a total of 7 damage piercing.
Oh, okay. All right.
But at this point, I would like everyone to roll initiative as the Verbeeg yells out, "Intruders are not welcome here!" See, Andy rolled an 11. Zizix rolled a 15.
I have
Another 6.
6 for Lek. What did you get, Carcass?
I got that 22.
22. And Silas.
8.
8.
Is it too late for me to use a reaction?
I would say no, because you just got struck, so go right ahead.
All right. For reaction, I'd like to cast Hellish Rebuke.
Absolutely.
All right. So I will turn to this creature, point my finger right between his eyes, and will say the magic words. Abraca fuck you. And let's see.
If I don't get that on a t-shirt for my birthday, I'm gonna cry.
that directed at?
There we go. Oh wait, no, I rolled it. Oh yeah. So that would be 18 damage. If I'm not mistaken. Oh, what'd you ask me? Sorry. Yeah, I think on that, just making sure I'm reading this right. Oh, dexterity saving throw. Yep.
That's right. Yep. What is your spell save DC? Do you have that in front of you?
In front of me. Oh, yeah. Sorry. 14.
Okay, he rolls an 8, so he will take the full brunt of this damage, and you rolled how much? 18? Ooh,
18.
you rolled triple sixes on that 3d10. How
I sure as hell
dastardly of
did.
you. 18 fire damage. And that brings us to Carcass, who is up first.
Okay. How big is this thing compared to me?
Very big, despite how it looks on the screen right now. I am fixing that. It is probably got a good 5 or 6 feet on you.
In that case, Carcass would like to rage.
Okay.
And then I will run at him and attack with my great axe.
All right, roll to attack.
That is a 21.
Excuse me. 21 definitely will hit. Roll your damage.
That is sad. That is 8 damage.
Okay, 8 damage. You swing your great axe directly into the burn marks of where this Verbeeg was initially hit by Lek. Is there anything else you would like to do?
No, since my rage is a bonus action, that is all I can do.
Okay. Next, Zizix, you have a giant Verbeeg about 10 feet away from you. What would you like to do?
I would like to check to see if I know what my potions were that I made this morning.
Yeah, I figured you did that earlier. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So knowing that, I am going to drink a potion,
Okay.
and this is a potion of magic missile.
Okay.
And this costs magic missile at the 5th level.
Oh. All right. Roll your what is it?
So it would be
6d4?
8d4? Well, no, that would be 8d4. Because it's 3 for 3 level. Plus
4,
another
5. 7. 7d4.
Okay, 7d4 and then plus 7.
Yes.
That would be 19 damage.
19 damage with the automatic hit from the magic missile. Go ahead and describe how, because I'm imagining the magic missiles erupting from your mouth after you ingest the potion. But go ahead and describe it how you will.
Yeah, so I basically drink this potion, feel this rumbling in my stomach, not understanding what's going on, kind of going on. And I let out a big belch. And as I belch, the missiles just start flying out of my mouth, 8 of them, or 7 of them in total. And they just beeline straight for the Verbeeg. and just basically hits him, one in the head, one in each leg, one in each arm, and then one or two square in the chest.
There's a very strong peppering from those magic missiles, and the Verbeeg takes a Verbeeg step back and starts to come back forward as he is ready for a fight. Anything else?
Yeah, so then Ollie is going to kind of take flat. How tall is the ceiling in here, I guess?
It's about 30 foot tall.
Okay, so he'll probably get to about 5 feet away from the ceiling, and then he's gonna use his false strike.
Mm-hmm. Now, you took a bonus action to use the potion, and then a standard action to use the attack. Is that how that economy works? Or is it just... See if it says explicitly in the wild magic table.
No, it just says you cost magic missile at 5th level. So, doesn't really say.
Okay. That makes sense because wild magic, that usually you're using your action to cast, so then that side effect happens, so it wouldn't explicitly say. I guess that makes sense. But in your case, I would say that would take both your standard action and then to do the or the bonus action to take the potion, and then you would be expending your standard action to perform the attack. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, so you're saying that I don't get my bonus to command Ollie to attack.
Right.
That makes sense, yeah.
It might also be hard to command Ollie with magic missiles coming out of your mouth.
It's true.
All right. Any movement for you?
And I'm 10 feet away.
Okay. You move towards the back of the room to where Silas is over against the wall.
Yeah, 'cause now I've just pissed him off. I haven't even done much to him, so.
Sup?
All right. And next up is Andy.
Andy is just gonna go charging on in with her warhammer.
All right. Go ahead and make your attack.
What if he's friendly, Adriana?
Screw you, Silas. She's gonna whack him with her warhammer. That's a 16 to hit.
A 16 will hit.
Okay.
Roll your damage.
That's going to be 8 total damage, and then she's going to use the War Priest thing to use a bonus action as another attack.
Okay.
That's going to be a 24 to hit, not a natural 20.
That is going to hit as well.
And that is going to be 10 total damage, so 18 total.
18 damage with your warhammer twice. So you hit it cleanly in the kneecap on the first swing, and on your backhand you strike it directly into the abdomen on the side. And it kind of winces in pain and leans over in that direction, nearly dropping his spear, but regaining his grip as he starts to move upright and his eyes meet yours directly, and he says, "You've made a bad mistake."
Andy says, "We'll see about that."
And he's going to use his multi-attack. That's a nat 20.
Ah,
Oh boy. That is unfortunate. Let's roll damage. That's 28 piercing damage.
Andy is down.
Okay. And then he's gonna retarget his secondary attack to Carcass and thrust his spear into him with a 17 to hit.
Yes, that will hit.
And that is going to be 16 piercing damage to you, halved with your rage.
So is that 16 total, so 8 halved, or is this 16 already halved?
Sorry, 8 halved.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, he is going to try and retreat out of the room. So Carcass, you will be granted a opportunity attack if you wish to take it.
Oh, yes, I do wish to take this.
Okay, go ahead and roll your attack.
Oh, that is only a 12 to hit.
That unfortunately will miss as the Verbeeg starts to move hastily out of the room, and as he just gets out of eyesight, you hear a loud whistle. And that brings us to Silas. As the Verbeeg has just exited the room, what would you like to do?
Well, no good could come of this. And I'll run over and as far as I can to try and catch up, but shouting at Andy, "Get up, you royal pain in the ass!" And I'll cast Healing Word at 2nd level.
All right.
That'll be 2d4 plus 4. Do I roll that, or do you want them to roll that?
You can roll that as you are the caster.
Glorious, that's 9 hit points back for you.
Very nice.
Andy kind of groans and says, "Yep."
Anything with your standard action, Silas?
Yeah, I'd like to take out my loot and turn invisible.
All right. Easy enough, and just as Silas departs those loving words towards you, he vanishes. And if that is all, next up will be Lek.
So, can I still see the Verbeeg?
Yeah, so if you move into the hallway a little bit, you'd be able to see him entering that main room that you guys were hiding in just for a little while.
Okay. About how far away is he?
Just about 30 feet away from you at this point.
Oh, yeah, cool. Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and just, as he stabbed me in the fucking back, I'm gonna shoot Eldritch Blast in his fucking back.
All right. Roll your attack.
25.
That will definitely hit. Roll damage.
$12.
Very nice. So you lease that Eldritch Blast, and it goes directly into the middle of his back, and he arches out forward, and he drops down to a knee, dropping his spear. And then he starts crawling on all fours to retrieve the spear, and uses it to prop himself up and rise back. Is there anything else you would like to do?
Let's see. No, I'll just use a free action and say, That's what you get, you son of a bitch.
All
That'll
right.
be all.
And that brings us to Carcass.
If he has moved away, I would like to run after him,
Absolutely.
and I will attack with my great axe.
All right. Roll to attack.
That is better. That is a 21.
That absolutely is going to hit. Roll damage.
And that is 12 damage.
12 damage. So, Carcass, go ahead and, if you would, describe your fatality.
Since he is running away from me, I would like to run up behind him and hit my great axe close to the middle of his back, so that once again Carcass is sprayed with his enemy's blood.
Oh, yeah.
And then I will simply turn around and give a huge smile to the rest of the party.
And Lek, as you're the first one to see this, you see Carcass just getting misted with Verbeeg's blood, and turns around and gives you a huge smile.
I cast Mage's Hand and give him a tentative thumbs up.
Nicely done, Carcass.
Thank you. It is my favorite thing to do, to kill things.
And as you guys reconvene near the body of the Verbeeg, you start to smell something burning as you realize that this Verbeeg has landed face first into the bonfire.
Oh, I bet he will be delicious.
I cast Prestidigitation to snuff out the campfire.
Okay. Easy
And
enough.
we'll say, we need his face to show proof.
Precisely. Wouldn't want you losing your pretty little face, my backstabbing friend. Would somebody mind doing the honors and lopping off his head?
Sure.
You gonna do that with a warhammer?
No. Yeah, I just realized that. She's gonna look at Carcass and say, would you mind chopping his head off for us, Carcass? We need it.
Oh, yes, I would be happy to chop his head off.
And
All right.
perhaps someone could grab a sack and throw the ogre head and the Verbeeg head both into the sack.
Andy will look around for a sack to do that with.
You can carry that sack of head balls back for us.
Go ahead and roll investigation as you're kind of looking around for a sack that big to carry both an ogre head and a Verbeeg head.
You need a very big sack.
It's 19.
Sack hunt.
So as you make your way back to the cart, you find two separate sacks that could each fit one head in each.
Okay, I'll grab him and bring him.
And Carcass, you go ahead and make a strength check to see how long it takes for you to chop off this dude's head.
That is an 18.
Doesn't take very long. Maybe 2 or 3 good strikes directly onto the neck bone, and you're able to break through this Verbeeg and harvest a slightly charred head.
Andy will move to slip the sack over it and kind of sweep it up and nod at Carcass and say, thanks, Carcass.
Oh, you are welcome.
And she'll go to retrieve the ogre head too.
All right, so you're heading back into the other room. Is anyone going with you?
Yeah, I will go with End.
Yeah,
At
I'd like
this
to
time,
be working on those pulleys.
did 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 Silas ever uninvisible himself, or is he still just hanging out somewhere?
Nah,
invisible?
I gotta use this up, man. I mean, I could drop it, but then I can't use it again until I rest. So
Fair enough. Okay. Silas, I guess I'll be seeing you later.
just listen to the wind, and you'll always hear my voice, friend.
Very good. Very good.
Adrian, idiot.
Sorry, say that again. I think you cut out.
I just took a moment to speak and just curse Adriana's name. That's all.
All right. So you guys are all heading back into the room to figure out the pulleys. Go ahead and roll investigation to try to figure that out. Whoever is trying to figure out how to lower the baskets.
I rolled a 17.
Very good.
19 for me. Not to outdo you, good friend.
All right. So with that, you guys both find the two separate pulleys that seem to be holding these baskets up overhead, and you release the ropes at the same time and carefully lowering them down. There seems to be a decent amount of weight in these baskets, and as they lower, you guys start to move over towards the baskets and see what's inside. You both find 72 silver pieces, 344 copper pieces, a pink gemstone, a hunting trap, and 10 silvered sling stones.
Dibs on the coin and gem.
So you want just one coin? I'll take the rest gladly.
No. The whole lot of it. It was my idea. I called dibs. It's a
Nice.
Cormier thing. I'm sure you.
Andy's
understand.
gonna look back at them and say, "We always split the loot."
And you see, as you say that, these coins are floating up into in the air, and some of them being inserted into nothing as they start to disappear out of thin air. And then they take a quick pause as he looks back to you to respond.
I found it first. You get your split of the job. I took a discount to get us the job to begin with.
Silas, the group works equally. If you want to travel with us, you'll have to play by those rules.
Fine, but I'm taking your share. I'm still not over that whole "it's friendly" situation.
Fine.
So you guys find those things in these baskets. The coin taking up most of the weight. But otherwise, a pretty decent haul, as the pink gemstone seems pretty interesting.
What would the numbers be on the coinage haul? Being as short and coin as I am, I want to be precise in gathering all of my coins.
Understood. So between the 5 of you, that would bring it to 14 silver each. Remainder 2, and then 73 copper each, roughly.
Very good, thank you.
No problem.
And I'm taking Adriana's share.
Yeah,
Yes.
she doesn't.
So, as you guys start divvying up the loot that you found in this room, I would like Zizix to make a perception check. You start to hear footprints coming in from the room with the bonfire.
I hear footprints coming in.
Yeah,
that
it
is
seems
a very impressive skill.
footsteps. Sorry. You guys track for footprints all day, all right? So you hear footsteps coming in from the other room.
Say,
Your mic is fading you out, Matt.
Yeah.
okay, hang on one sec.
As much as I enjoy hearing sweet nothings,
Is that better?
For
Yeah.
now, yeah.
Maybe I'm getting too loud or something.
Maybe you're triggering your noise gate or compressor.
Yeah. So Zizix is just gonna say, who's there?
And as you make the request for identification, you hear nothing in return immediately, but then you hear a roar.
Most of that cut out, dear.
It's a roar.
Yeah.
As you peek your head around the corner, and you see a large cave bear. I would like everyone to roll initiative.
golly gee.
That is an 8.
15.
I got a 16.
Okay, hold on.
Oh,
Andy, you got a 16.
Mhm.
Lek, I saw you got a 9. Carcass,
Yes.
I got the 8.
8. Zizix,
9.
9. Silas,
15.
15 and still invisible.
Yes. Woohoo.
All right, and that brings us to Andy first. As this cave bear is coming down the hallway.
All right. Andy's going to cast a spell. She's still down a bunch of hit points. Let me see what I have here.
If you have a group heal, I'd be down.
That's what I'm looking for. My sheet's not working. I gotta refresh it though.
Off the top of my head, prayer of healing, but that takes 10 minutes.
No, I don't have a group heal yet. I'm not high enough level.
No problem, I'm not that bad off.
Let's see. I will do. I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on myself because I can't fix anybody else if I don't fix me.
True.
Psychology.
Ugh, I only healed myself for 6.
All right. Is there anything else you would like to do with your bonus action?
Yeah, I guess I'll attack it.
All right. Go ahead and attack. And that's with your war cleric feat.
Actually, no, because I can only use War Priest when I use the attack action. Then I can make a
okay.
weapon attack as a bonus action.
All right. So bonus action goes unused this round.
Yes, but I'm gonna stay close to everyone else because I have the Sentinel feat.
Okay, very good. And that brings us to Silas.
Yes, can Invisible Silas get close enough to this thing to either attack it with a rapier or use a thunder wave that doesn't hurt anyone else? Probably rapier. It seems to be doing better.
Let's see. Your move speed is 30. Do you have a bonus action dash? Because he's at the beginning of the hallway.
I do not, no.
So we're looking at 20 feet away into the hallway once you make it to out of this room. So you're looking at 40 feet to get within combat range of him.
Oh, then I will just stand to the side and hold my action until it passes.
Okay. Very good. Lek, what would you like to do?
To be specific, I'm holding an attack action until it passes with me.
Yep, I got
with a rapier. All right.
You would have advantage on that attack when it comes. Lek, you're up.
Very good. How far away am I?
You would be about 25 feet or so.
Beautiful. Why skip the fundamentals? Let's do another Eldritch Blast. Bum, bum, bum.
Make your attack roll.
Poop. 14.
That will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
$10.
Very nice. Is there anything else you would like to do?
No, I think that's all I can bear to do for now.
All right. That'll bring us to Carcass.
Oh, well, I think I will charge this new bear friend and try to hit him with the great axe.
All right. Go ahead and roll to attack.
That's a 20.
That will hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
That is 6 damage.
Very nice. Anything else?
Yes, since I used the attack, I would like to hit him with my hammering horns and have him make a strength check or see if he gets pushed.
He will get pushed with a natural 2.
Right, then he gets pushed 10 feet away from me.
Okay. So he gets pushed 10 feet back, and it's going to be his turn up next. He's going to charge back towards you, but he's going to try and push past you and go for the smaller target. So go ahead and make a dex saving throw as he's trying to barrel past you.
That is only a 7.
So he's able to push you out of the way, not deal any damage, but your back kind of hits the wall. But you're able to respond with a opportunity strike if you would like.
Yes, I definitely would like to do that.
Make your attack roll.
Oh no, that is only a 9.
That unfortunately misses. And the cave bear continued to run down the hallway towards Lek. Silas, you were holding your action.
course.
Go ahead and roll your attack with advantage.
Non-natural 20.
That will absolutely hit. Roll your damage.
Now, question. Using my psychic blades, it simply says when I hit a creature with a weapon attack. Am I able to do that here as well?
Yes.
Beautiful. I'm going to go ahead and do that. That is 3 piercing. And then 10 psychic.
Okay, very nice. And
that would drop my invisibility, unfortunately.
yes, you appear directly to the side of him, and he looks to see where he's been struck, and you kind of notice that the shoulder that you've struck him in has become kind of unusable as he starts to move towards you after passing you with it up off the ground, walking towards you with 3 legs, and he rears up onto his hind legs and looks down at you directly and tries to unleash his multi-attack, one of his claws being at disadvantage. So that's a 24 to hit.
No, I'm sorry, it doesn't. Yeah, it hits.
And that is 2d6. That is going to be 12 slashing damage for the first paw. Second paw
yeah,
being
just about half.
being at disadvantage is going to be a 7 to hit.
No, that one does not hit.
All right. And he's obviously favoring that shoulder, but with the first one being successful, he's moving in to try to bite your neck. That's a 24.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Yeah, that's going to hit, unfortunately. That is only 7 piercing damage. So he goes in and he just grazes at your throat, not getting the full amount, but is able to deal some damage to maybe your arm that you whipped up to try to block his incoming bite.
I'm making a note here. Huge success.
All right. And that's it for the bear, which brings us to Zizix.
Can I do my reaction? Is I close enough to do my sentinel reaction since he attacked Silas?
You were staying with the party and they had moved forward.
Okay, never mind then.
Yep. Zizix is up.
Okay. 1 sec. Yeah, he's just gonna cast a firebolt. Kind of plain Jane.
All right, roll to attack.
The nat 1, that will be an 8.
That will miss, unfortunately.
But this time, I am going to command Ollie to take flight and attack with his false strike.
All right, go ahead and roll his attack.
That's also an 8, so that misses too.
That indeed will miss.
And that's all I'll do for my turn.
All right, and that brings us back to the top of the order with Andy.
Andy, how far is the bear from her?
With its movement forward, about 25 feet from where you were.
Sweet. Okay, first things first, I'm gonna use a bonus action to cast a spell.
Okay.
And I cast, healing word
All right.
on myself.
Mm-hmm. Yields for 7.
And then I'm going to charge forward and use my attack action to slam my warhammer into the fucker.
All right, make your attack roll.
That's a 17.
That will hit. Roll your damage.
And that's going to be 7 damage.
Very nice.
That's all I have.
And you swing. You see that the cave bear is favoring his front right paw, and even though he's on his hind legs, you're able to strike towards that weak point, and you just crush your warhammer into his shoulder, and he roars out in pain. That will bring us to Silas.
Wonderful. I'd like to use my action to disengage.
Okay.
and walk my very happy ass far away from him, and then cast Healing Word on myself at 2nd level.
All right, go for it.
One moment. Ah, beautiful. 8.
Very nice. Anything else?
No, that's about all I've got. I'd like to note that I've gone in the opposite direction of the party and the bear, if that's okay.
Okay, so back into the room with the felled Verbeeg and the bonfire that is puffed out.
Yeah, that seems the safest place right now.
Okay. Next up brings us to Lek.
All right, and I assume the bear is like within 5 feet of me right now.
It's probably 10,
All right,
as he was charging you, and then he got sidetracked with Silas.
very good. So I'm gonna go ahead and cast Blade Ward on myself, so that I have resistance against bludgeoning, piercing, slashing
Mm-hmm.
damage. And then I'm going to take my entire 30 feet of distance away from the bear, but still, in the same area.
Mm-hmm.
So, what direction could I go in 30 feet that is still in the same room?
So you would be leaving the hallway and going back to the room with the baskets.
All right, I will do that then, and then turn back around and face the battle at a safe distance.
So you would be moving back around the corner, and the battle would be out of sight from your vantage point.
Well, then, no, I won't do that.
Okay.
I just want to get far away, but I'm still in the battle.
Gotcha. All right. Easy enough. Anything else?
And I'll just say, smell you later to the bear.
Okay. Next up is Carcass.
Well, I don't understand why everyone is moving away, so I will run straight at the bear to try and bring my great axe down on him.
Roll your attack.
Oh, that is an 11.
All right. That actually will just miss, unfortunately.
And to try and draw his attention, since I tried to use a melee attack, I will hit him with my hammering horns again.
Okay.
A strength save, please.
That is an 11.
That will fail, and he will get pushed 10 feet away from me.
All right, and he is pushed 10 feet closer to the room in the bonfire. All right, is that all?
That is all for my turn.
Okay. And that brings us to the cave bear, who doesn't like being pushed around and acknowledges that it bored through you before. So he's going to make a charge at you and try to strike at you with his multi-attack. So the first paw is a 20 not natural to hit.
Yes, that will hit.
That is going to be 14 damage. The second paw at disadvantage, because it is struck. That is only a 15 to hit.
That does not hit.
Alright, so he's unable to land cleanly with his hurt paw, or his hurt shoulder. And then he'll go in for a bite, and that's a 16 to hit.
Yes, that does hit.
Okay. And the bite gets you right in the leg as he deals 10 damage to you.
Am I able to use Sentinel at this point? Is he still close enough?
Yeah.
Okay, I will use it. Ooh, nat 20.
Okay. Carcass, take off that 10 damage. Go ahead and describe your fatality.
As he goes in to fight Carcass, I'm gonna take that Warhammer and just slam it into his skull and crush his skull.
And with that strike, the cave bear falls down, immobile and not moving on the ground.
Alright. Carcass, are you okay?
Oh, Carcass has had better days.
Andy's gonna put a hand. Are we out of initiative at this point?
Yes.
Andy's gonna put a hand on him and heal him. She'll do a. Does he look pretty bad?
Oh, I do not look great.
She'll do a level 2 cure wounds.
All right.
And that'll heal him for 14.
14, very good.
I'm much better, thank you.
You're welcome. And she'll look at Lek. How is he looking?
I have 7 damage, so I'm not terrible, but you know, I'm not exactly hardy.
You see that he's bleeding from the spear strike from the Verbeeg in the back shoulder area. You kind of look at him from the front and he looks okay, but once he kind of turns around, you see the trail of blood coming down his back.
Andy's gonna say, let's see about taking a quick rest before we head back so I can try and patch you up. And then once we get back safely, I'll use some more magic and heal everyone up completely.
That would be acceptable.
Don't want to expend everything and have us encounter something along the way.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Of course.
All right. So at this point, what would you guys like to do?
So are we taking that short rest?
Yeah, I'd say we could do that. And while everyone's resting, Andy's probably not gonna rest. I think Andy's gonna try and find some rope to get around the necks of the goats and sheep so they can bring them back to town.
Okay. Go ahead and roll investigation to see if you can find some rope in the area.
An 8.
You find about 30 foot of rope in over around the wagon area.
And I have 50 feet of rope too that I can add to it, but so I'll use the 30 foot first, and I'll kind of try and do like ties around their necks and then tie them to each other, so I'll be able to kind of lead them all.
Yeah. So for that, let's give a animal handling check.
Okay. I got a 6.
The animals don't seem to be wanting to go along with it. You tread carefully and make sure you don't catch a goat horn to the jaw or anything like that, and you get maybe 4 goats connected on this rope so far. Probably takes about 10 minutes to get that much done, and let's see how many more there are here. You have 3 more goats and 6 sheep left to go.
Yeah, she'll keep trying.
All right. So in the meantime, is everyone else committing to their short rest?
Zizix,
Hmm?
you're a handy one, right?
I guess you could say that.
Well, it occurs to me if Lee's bringing home pets,
And
perhaps we could make a... Oh, sorry, you're right. Adriana's bringing home pets. The least we could do was perhaps make a sled and bring the mead back with us.
Yeah, that's a little out of my wheelhouse.
And as you say wheelhouse, you kind of take a look around and you remember seeing the cart with the broken wheel off to the side in that main room.
But I do remember seeing a cart back there with a broken wheel. Let me take a look. Maybe we could use that.
Sounds delightful.
So I guess I will go back to the room with the cart with the broken wheel.
Yep, I figured that's kind of where you guys were staying put for the short rest, so it's the same area as the animals. So as you approach the cart and you take a look, you see that the wheel itself is broken in some places, but the axle that it rests on is completely fine, and you see that it's just a bum wheel that has this cart disabled.
And so then Zizix, he's going to say, yeah, I can work with this. And I'll just snap my finger and cast mending.
And just like that, you're able to repair the wheel into a functional state.
Brilliant work. Does that work on fabric as well?
It works on a lot of things.
Could you take care of the cape?
I'll have a look to see where it's actually broken, or ripped, I guess.
It's up towards where his neck is, where the stick was lodged into the cape earlier, and Carcass ripped a hole in it. It's definitely manageable within the mending spell.
Yeah, I'll just snap my fingers and have it just mend.
All right. And just like that, you have also repaired Silas's cape.
Wonderful. Thank you kindly, Zizix.
Go ahead.
No problem.
And then Carcass and Lek, what would you like to do for the first part of your rest?
Well, I'm going to sit down over by where the fire used to be and try and pull as much usable meat off of anything that had been cooking.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So you pull off the rest of the mutton that was on the spit, and you get about 5 or 6 pounds of it.
I will start eating it.
And I will go to the same place where the fire was and cast Prestidigitation to reignite the fire and remove my tunic and await treatment by the illustrious Andy.
All right. And you kind of also contend your own wounds in the base form of just, putting some cloth over it and self-tending, which is kind of what's...
Hit die.
Yes. When you use a short rest, you get to roll hit dice to regain your own HP.
Right. It's a weird spot. I picture myself dislocating my shoulder to fix my shoulder.
Carcass can help.
I think warlocks get their spell slots back too.
They do
Yes,
indeed.
I do. Let's see. So let me find my rest.
At this point, Andy, make another animal handling check for the next 10 minutes.
I got 7.
You managed to get one sheep attached to the goats. It's far easier to get the rope on a few unassuming goats, but once they catch wind of what you're doing, they get very apprehensive about it.
she'll just keep at it.
Do you need some assistance, princess?
Andy's going to look back at him and say, "Don't call me that."
So that's a no on assistance then, Adriana?
She'll sigh and then say, "If you'd like, you can help."
Sure. I can aid her with animal handling. Would that just give her advantage, or would I just roll as well?
You can do either or.
I'll grant her advantage on it.
All right. Go ahead for the last 10 minutes.
Natural 1.
With advantage?
Oh, I get to roll. Okay, hold on. I thought it was advantage on my last roll. Oh, I rolled 2 natural ones. So.
No.
Oh, wait. No, that's a 7. Okay, so it's an 11.
Okay.
Sorry, I read it wrong.
2 natural ones is also an 11 when you see them side by side.
No, you have the rolls on the thing.
All right. So with that last roll and with the help of Silas, you are able to get the rest of the group all gathered together as you have double the work effort in that amount of time.
All right.
See,
And
all you needed was for someone to believe in you for once.
Andy blinked a couple of times and then says, right.
And with that, that completes your short rest. So you can expend your hit dice to regain HP if necessary. And warlocks gain their spell slots back.
Am I able to do that as well, or because I was dealing with animals, do I not?
I'll give it to you.
Where are hit dice on this sheet?
So you can hit the short rest button. I think it should be able to roll your HP for you. I think. Right. So the end of the short rest has occurred. Zizix fixed up the cart. Andy has all the animals lassoed and tied up to a rope. What would you guys like to do?
What time of day is it now?
So with the time that has passed, the sun has just set for your best guest.
Well, as much as I'd rather not, I think the most prudent course of action would be to stay the night here in this cave.
Yeah, you're probably right. Then Andy will secure the rope and leave the animals contained.
Okay.
I will take first watch.
All right. Anyone else staying on first watch with them?
I'll take first watch with luck.
Okay. And everyone else is nodding off to sleep. So I would like you two to roll perception.
Nat 1! Oh, God.
Oof.
One moment. D&D Beyond is being frustrating.
Uh-oh.
Ne'er has there been a better watchman than Lek.
It's handing us a lot of natural ones tonight.
I mean, when it's counted, I've gotten some good ones, but for all my perception checks, it's been Nat 1s.
An exquisite 6.
All right. So you hear the sounds of the animals around you start picking up in a little bit of a commotion as the fire continues to burn on throughout your watch. And as you start to take notice of that, they all of a sudden get really quiet. And a figure holding a torch and a barrel in one arm, you hear them calling out, "Doog? Doog! I have the bread for our date tonight!" And as she makes the left turn and sees the remains of her beloved Doog and the two people standing watch of the room, she drops the barrel and out spills a bunch of bread that had been procured. And she says, "You will pay for this! You killed my Doog!" I would like you two to roll initiative. And those who are sleeping, roll perception.
We just stepped in a pile of doogie.
No.
Absolutely. 10.
I got an 11 for my perception.
Solid 4 for my initiative.
Okay, so you got a 4, Silas got a 10, and then perceptions for Andy, Carcass, and Zizix.
My perception is 11.
Okay.
17 for Zizix.
Yep.
And a 7 for Carcass.
So Andy and Zizix wake up immediately and hear the voice, but Carcass remains sound asleep. So Andy and Zizix, go ahead and roll initiative.
Mine is a 16.
Okay. Zizix. That's a perception check.
Can I still use the roll?
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh no, that was a nat 20.
Oh, sorry. What roll was that again?
Initiative. Run of the mill. All right. And first up to act is going to be the Verbeeg, who is going to charge at Silas. Let's- That is a 13 to hit.
Yes, that will hit.
Oh no. And that is 16 piercing damage.
Oof. Really glad I got that short rest.
And the Verbeeg will make its second attack.
Fuck.
That is a 15 to hit.
Yes.
That's going to be 13 points of damage.
Silas is down.
And the Verbeeg woman bolts in and says, "Dog, dog, no!" and stabs Silas twice with the spear. And Silas falls down. And then it starts to make its way towards Lek. And that's where it will end its turn. Which brings us to Andy.
Andy's gonna wake up, see Silas go down, and look around. When she sees Carcass still asleep, she's going to say Carcass, and she's gonna reach out and kind of shake him.
Bonus
Then
action.
Yeah, and then she's gonna go and attack. Well, let's see. Actually, she's gonna use her action to healing word Silas.
That's a
You can
bonus
attack,
action.
That's all good.
Oh, it is a bonus action. Okay, yeah, so I'll just attack.
Make your attack roll.
Ugh, the dice have started hating me. I rolled a 7.
That unfortunately will miss. Anything else?
Nope, that's all I can do.
And that will bring us to Zizix. What would you like to do?
I will. I'm gonna cast Firebolt.
Okay. Roll your attack. That's a miss.
So then I'll then command Ollie to attack with his full strike.
Okay. Roll that attack. Alton, don't say those 3 initials. Oh, oof. No TPK. No bad juju.
That'll be a 21.
That will hit. Roll damage. Listen, Chris, you say if it happens, it happens, but this is $50 a portrait. It happens, it happens.
That was six force damage.
6 force damage. All right. Very nice. As Ollie strikes and lands successfully on the Verbeeg, and she looks. Is Ollie flying around?
Yeah.
She looks up directly at Ollie and says, "I will eat you, little flying beast!" And that brings us to Silas's death saving throw.
Wait, before my turn?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You rolled
I-
a 4? Or did I type that wrong?
My roll is
rolled-
abysmal.
Yeah, Silas came up before you.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
That's a success.
Whew. Just by a hair. And that then will bring us to Lek.
So he's now stable, correct?
No. He has made 1 success. He needs 3 successes to be considered stable.
Okay. In that case, I will cast Spare the Dying on my good friend Silas to make him stable.
Okay.
And as a bonus action, and I will, while I cast this, I will say, "Never fear, good friend. I have your back, and my hand will be on his back when I say these words." Important detail. And then, for my bonus action, I will cast Hex on the Verbeeg, and let's see, I'm going to give her disadvantage on Dexterity,
Okay.
and stay tuned for more fun things. And with the, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go. You're fine.
And with that, I will end my turn.
Okay, I'm not the only one who thought that he was gonna hex Silas just then, am I?
I mean, I would have appreciated it.
Yeah, he said it's very important detail to his hand being on him. I thought, oh god, he's gonna cast something. And he said hex. I'm like, oh god, what?
He's gonna steal my spine.
So just going for the wordplay of "I have your back," but yeah, okay, guys.
Gotcha. All right, and that will bring up Carcass's turn, who is just waking up, and you see another one of these giant Verbeegs in the room, and you see Silas down with Lek kneeling down next to him.
Okay. Well, then I would like to get up And then how far away is this thing?
No more than 15 to 20 feet.
Okay, then since it is another great big thing, I would like to rage.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will run at it and swing my great axe.
All right, roll your attack.
That is a 14 to hit.
That will just hit.
Great. And that is 14 damage.
Ooh, very nice. Good chunk of damage.
And that is all I can do this turn.
Okay. And that brings us back to the Verbeeg, who reaches into her bag and she pulls out a javelin and she's going to try and hurl it at Ollie. That's a 17 to hit.
That hits.
And that is going to be 9 points of damage.
Oh, and Ollie falls out of the sky.
He lands about 15 feet away from you, over by the cart. And then the
Crack shot.
Verbeeg looks back down at Carcass and will attempt to shove Carcass down to the ground, prone, or at least trying to push you back a little bit. So go ahead and make a strength check.
Damn it, should have done strength.
Oh, that is a natural 20, so 25 strength check.
That's a very nice nat 20, Carcass.
Would this trigger my sentinel?
The attack on Ollie would, I think.
Okay. So go ahead and roll.
Sure.
That's a 21, not a natural 20.
Yeah, that will hit.
Okay, so that'll be 9 total damage.
Okay, very good. With that, the strength check from Carcass is higher than the Verbeeg, so with all the might that the Verbeeg has, after she picks up her spear and tries to shove Carcass out of the way, Carcass's hooves just dig into the ground and hold his ground. And that is the end of the Verbeeg's turn, which means it is Andy's turn.
Sam, real quick.
Yes.
Would you like Carcass to roll initiative?
I put him down
Maybe
at the very
top of the
bottom,
level? Okay.
just because you're going to be woken up, and I figured you would be acting last anyway.
Sounds good.
Right. Andy, go ahead.
Okay. Andy's going to go in with her Warhammer again. That's a 16 to hit.
16 will hit. Oh, actually, Carcass, I thought I was locked into initiative on the combat tracker, but I think... Oh, I am. Never mind. I was going to have you re-roll, but...
I'm good with going last anyway.
I got 4 damage, and then with my bonus action, I'm gonna cast Healing Word on Silas at 2nd level.
Okay.
So that's gonna be 9 total healing for Silas.
Very nice. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. And that brings us to Zizix, whose good friend Ollie has just been downed with a javelin to the chest.
Yeah, I'm gonna run over to Ollie and place my hands on him and cast mending.
Okay. Go ahead and heal up Ollie.
And that'll be my turn.
Okay. And that will bring us to Silas, who is stable, prone, and healed up a little bit.
Yes, I'd like to absolutely get up.
Andy's gonna call back. You're welcome.
Can I reach the Verbeeg in my turn with half my movement?
Yeah, it hasn't moved very far.
Perfect. Then as a bonus action, I'd like to go ahead and cast Healing Word on myself at first level.
Okay.
One moment here.
There's a lot of
Give
hills.
myself 6 more hit points.
All right.
And then from behind, I'd like to stab it with my rapier.
Absolutely. Roll your attack.
He came from behind.
That is unfortunately only a 9.
That will miss. Anything else you would like to do as a free action?
Nope. That's all I've got.
All right. And that will take us to Lek.
All right. Since I'm right by where Silas is, I assume I'm pretty much within 5 feet of the Verbeeg.
About 5 to 10 feet, yeah.
All right. In that case, I'd like to cast Armor of Agathis on myself,
Okay.
which is going to give me an extra 10 hit points. And if I get hit by the Verbeeg, they'll take, let's see, 10 frost damage until my extra hit points are gone.
Absolutely
All
right.
Cool. And let's see. I would also like to. Well, there isn't much else I can do. So, if I try to walk away or run away from the Verbeeg, will she have an opportunity attack on me, or will I be okay?
No, because you will be okay because you are outside of its threatened range.
Perfect. Then I would like to use my 30 feet to get as far away from the Verbeeg as I can, yet still in the fight.
All right. So the best way for you to do that is to actually go into the goat pen.
Okay, no need to goat me on. So I do that.
All
And
right.
that'll conclude my turn.
So, Lek had cast Armor of Agathis on himself, and his dark robes and his attire in general had become a tint of blue as his clothes start to almost crystallize and starts to emit a light mist around him as he starts to retreat back into the goat pen. That will take us to Carcass, who is standing his ground against this Verbeeg, surviving a strength check against this giant creature.
Yes, and I will then hit him with my great axe, hopefully.
Roll your attack.
That is a 17 to hit.
That will hit. Roll your damage.
And that is 17 damage.
Very nice. Chipping away. This strike
And then-
lands right into its abdomen, and it kind of lowers its guard and places its offhand over the wound that you have just created.
And just for the heck of it, I will try and hit him with the horns to see if I can shove him.
Okay. That is a strength save.
Yes.
That is a 15.
Yes, he will save.
Okay, so a matching of strengths, proving to be a stalemate between the two. Anything else?
Oh, no, that is all.
All right. And that brings us back to the top of the order with the Verbeeg's turn, who did not like that Great Axe attack at all, and will make its melee attacks against Carcass. That is a 25 to hit.
Yes, that will hit Carcass.
Yeah. And that is 17 piercing.
Can I use Sentinel?
Yes, you can.
Okay, that's a 24 to hit
That's going to hit.
and 5 damage.
Very nice. And that is enough to draw the attention of the Verbeeg to attack Andy. With only a 12 to hit.
That misses.
All right. And that will take us to Andy's turn. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna hit her with my Warhammer again.
Do it.
That's gonna be a 21 to hit.
That's going to hit. Absolutely.
And 8 total damage on that one.
Okay.
And I'm gonna expend a War Priest to do it again.
Okay. Roll that attack.
Ooh, that was a nat 1.
Unfortunate. And that one, you say?
Mhm.
Unfortunate indeed. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
All right. And that takes us to Zizix.
All right. So, after Ollie getting downed, now Zizix is a little upset.
Yeah.
And he's angry. So he holds his shield, points it to the Verbeeg, and starts emanating a green energy. And a sickening greenish energy lashes out to the creature, casting Ray of Sickness.
Okay. Roll to attack.
That would be 24.
That's going to hit. Roll your damage and con save, I believe.
10 damage. And yes, con save.
That is a 6.
That fails, so it is poisoned till the end of my next turn.
All right. Very good. Anything else?
And then with was somebody down?
No. Silas got back up.
Okay. Then Ollie is going to attack back because he's angry as well.
Okay.
And that'd be a dirty 20.
That's going to hit.
That'll be 5 force damage.
Well, would Ollie like to describe his fatality?
I mean, Ollie can't really describe his fatality. Would the DM like to describe his fatality?
Sure. Ollie flying around along the ceiling and fires down an immense force bolt and pushes the Verbeeg over. She loses balance and starts tripping over her own feet, tries to save herself, but impales herself in the chest with her own spear.
Man, that's a rough day.
And that will take us out of initiative.
Silas wouldn't mind looting this body.
All right. Go ahead and roll investigation for looting.
$17.
Okay. Let's see. With that, you're able to find that on this body of this unnamed Verbeeg, you see that she has a basket, a pocket full of bread, and remembering that she can you hear us?
There you are.
Okay. Remembering that she had dropped that barrel full of bread, you go and kind of investigate to see what was in that. And you find these strange metal bits that had come out of this barrel as well. Make an intelligence check.
Just intelligence?
Let's see. Yeah, it wouldn't be history or anything like that. It's for general
Okay, I wasn't sure
recollection.
if it was like Arcana or anything.
No.
Then unfortunately, I got 8.
You are not familiar with this type of metal. It's not like anything you've seen before.
I think we should probably bring this back to town. Might be worth something.
You have 7 pieces of these bits that are probably about the size of your hand.
Yeah, I'll just throw them in my coin pouch for now then, if that's not a problem.
Yeah, I'm sure we could find someone to appraise them along with that jewel.
I meant to mention this earlier, but I think it would be prudent for us to bring back one of the good mead barrels as further proof that these are the ones who were raiding the shipments.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
While that's happening, and Silas is picking up these bits of metal carcass, can you make an intelligence check with advantage?
I can, and with the advantage that is at 13.
You recognize those metal pieces. You stared at those walls inside of your ship for a long time, and you got really familiar with the texture of that metal.
Oh, I am going to slap them out of Silly's hands.
Is there a reason you just put your hands on me, Carcass?
Yes, those you do. You should not touch those. We will get in a lot of trouble.
Will we now?
And I'm going
Trouble tends to
to
follow me.
I'm going to move away and kind of cower in the corner of the room.
Andy's gonna frown and kind of go over to Carcass and say, "Carcass, why is that?"
Oh, they will try and take us again. Carcass does
Who?
not want to go back on the ship.
Who is going to frown?
Carcass, are you talking about the Yagul?
Yes. They will come and take us away if they see that we have pieces of the ship.
I'm going to need you to explain exactly what the hell you're talking about.
You know, the Yagul with the chin fingers. They take Carcass away, and if they see you have the ship pieces, they will try and take you away too.
Is that why they took you the first time?
I I don't know why they took Carcass.
Am I familiar with the creatures he's referencing?
No, you wouldn't be familiar with that name.
And Andy's gonna look at Zizix and say, "What exactly are those?"
Sam, did I actually find something in my research, or
Nothing by
was it
that name.
or was it Lysanda maybe?
Um, I don't think you guys in character figured it out.
Okay. I don't really know what they are, but I mean, if Carcass is scared of them, that's bad juju right there.
Yeah, I'd say we should leave them alone.
I say superstition is super silly.
I
I
don't
would
think
agree.
it's superstition. Carcass is not one to be afraid.
How
No,
big
no.
how Sam? How big are these pieces of the ship? I guess.
They're about the size of Silas's hand, so they would be maybe a quarter of your arm.
I will take my finger and I will try my best to draw them in the dirt.
All right. Go ahead and make a dexterity check.
That is a 15.
So as Carcass takes the time to draw this picture in the dirt, I would like everyone to make a history check.
Dirty 20.
13.
My site's acting up. Oh, there it goes. 11.
All right. Zizix, I think. 9. All right. So Silas, what was your roll? 13?
13.
Okay. So yourself and Lek, you start to see Carcass drawing this portrait, and he starts with a round head. That's a good start, and then you see him complete the circle of the head down towards the chin, and then he starts drawing these squiggly lines coming down from the bottom of their chin, and he draws their eyes as having long, narrow slits, and you recognize this as a mind flayer.
Oh my.
Ah. So, you found some interesting company. That might explain a few things.
Yes, this
Ah.
this is Yagul.
Well, Carcass, may I convince you of something? Maybe appeal to your more primitive nature.
Oh, okay.
Yargul hurt you, and now you have so many friends. Wouldn't you like to keep these, so that when he shows his face again, we can split it in twain?
Oh no. I do not want to go back to the Yagul.
Carcass, we won't let anyone take you away.
Yes, I do not want to go away again. Oh, I was already taken away from the other carcasses.
You have my word that will not happen to you, Carcass.
Sam,
Andy pats his shoulder and kind of nods.
Yeah, Matt.
can I cast detect magic?
Sure.
Okay. Does anything show up at all?
In relations to the metal pieces, the fragments, no.
Yes. No.
However, you do see something trickling some magic coming from the first Verbeeg that you had killed.
Okay. Zizix will just kind of exclaim, and he'll go over to the first Verbeeg and see what magical thing is on his possession.
So you go over to the Verbeeg and you check his pocket, and you pull out this belt that has a symbol of a dwarf on the buckle.
Interesting.
What's that, Zizix?
Not quite sure.
If Andy goes over to look, will he let her?
Zizix will continue, but I think I need to take it back to my lab to investigate further.
Will he let Andy look at the image on the buckle?
Not consciously, but he would probably try to hurry it into his bag.
Zizix, wait, let me look at it.
It has magical properties.
Right, I'm not going to take it from you. I just want to look at it.
Cautiously, he shows it to her.
And Andy's going to kind of examine it. She's not going to touch it or anything, but she's going to look it over, and then she's going to say, I wonder if that dwarf has anything to do with the dwarf that wanted to run for mayor.
Possibly.
Interesting supposition.
It wouldn't hurt to keep it for leverage.
Leverage? I just want to know what's on this. There's something magical about it.
Yes, it's dirt. There's nothing more magical than dirt on someone who wishes you ill.
And Lek, did you look in the direction of Zizix and everyone as this discussion was happening?
Yes.
So you feel a coldness start to stir from within, and you hear a voice inside of your head.
Look at that. Look at the belt. I feel power coming from it.
My lord, what would you have me do?
Convince them that you need it. Yes.
Yes, my lord, it shall be done. Zizix, would it be possible for me to assist you in the investigation of that belt? I do have a fancy for magical artifacts such as that.
Sorry, kid. I work alone.
I understand that, but sometimes having the perspective of somebody else can help you find the true inner hidden specialness of such things. Besides, I might have more to offer than you realize.
This is kind of my specialty. But if I get stumped, I'll come and find you.
That'll do for now. We'll speak further of this at a later time.
And with that is where we're going to be ending for tonight.
Oh.
Right.
Good session, everybody. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was great.
That was a lot of fun.
A lot of combat this go around.
It feels like it's been a minute since we've had a good, solid combat session.
Yeah, I think the last time was when you guys went through the Duragar Fortress over by Kelvin's Cairn. The real one, anyway. It's very good. Go ahead, Matt.
I was just saying, yeah, that kind of felt like a minute.
But I had a lot of fun. I hope everyone watching had a lot of fun. If you're new here, we run on Wednesdays, 7 p.m. Central. So tune in next week. If you haven't already, hit the follow button. Get notified when we go back live. We'll pick up next week with episode 20 of Rime the Frost Maiden. I hope everyone had a good time. And until then, have a good rest of your week.
Bye.
Bye.
So long.
Farewell, everyone.